এগুলো কি চলছে না? ও
আমি হ্যাঁ আমি ইউটিউবে কথা বলছি। হ্যাঁ হ্যালো, শ্যামল বাবু জয়েন করেছেন? শ্যামল বাবু এইচওডি। আমি সুনীল মল্লিক, ইডিসিসি।
হ্যাঁ জয়েন করে গেছে।
আচ্ছা, বিপ্লব আর দেবায়ন ইউটিউব চ্যানেলটা টেস্ট করে নাও তো, লাইভ ঠিক আছে কিনা। আর রঘুবাবুকেও বলছি একটু টেস্ট করে নিন ইউটিউবটা লাইভ ঠিক চলছে কিনা। আমরা সেশনটাকে লাইভ করে দিয়েছি অলরেডি। হ্যাঁ, সেটাই মনে করলাম আমরা কথা বলবো।
হ্যালো
হ্যালো,
কে বলছেন?
না কি করছেন? আমি সাউন্ডটা শোনার জন্যই বলছি। ওই যে হ্যালো বললো, হ্যালোটা হলো যাচ্ছে না। এবার বন্ধ করবো, যদি শুনে নিলাম এখান থেকে হয় বলছি তো, হয় বলে তো বলছি, নাহলে সবাই কেন বলবে বন্ধ করে।
সুনীলদা চ্যাট বক্সটা বন্ধ করুন।
কৃষ্ণেন্দু, হ্যালো কৃষ্ণেন্দু।
স্যার
গণেশ কোথায়?
স্যার আমি
ফুল লাইভ।
গণেশ, সুমিতা, গণেশ,
স্যারকে মেল করলাম, স্যার মেসেজ করলাম, স্যার বললো তো ঢুকবে।
26 হয়েছে, 10:26 বাজে।
হ্যাঁ স্যার, সেটাই।
না 10:20।
10:20। ও 10:20। দশ 10:40। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ বুঝতে পেরেছি। আচ্ছা ইউটিউব।
মল্লিক দা,
হ্যাঁ স্যার, আমি দেখছি।
মল্লিক দা,
ছবিটা আসছে, অডিও আসছে।
মল্লিক দা,
মল্লিক বাবু, আচ্ছা আচ্ছা,
মল্লিক দা,
এবার আসছে।
যে আমাদের ইউনিভার্সিটি যেটা আছে না, ওই কি জানো ডকুমেন্টারিটা, হ্যাঁ ইউনিভার্সিটি ডকুমেন্টারি। হ্যালো
হ্যাঁ স্যার, শুনতে পাচ্ছি, বলুন।
হ্যালো, হ্যাঁ বলছি ইউনিভার্সিটি ডকুমেন্টারিটা একটু চালানো যাবে না?
আছে 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 সেটা বলুন না। হ্যাঁ ওই আমাদের রঘু চালাবে, রঘু।
হ্যাঁ, আমাদের এটা শিডিউল করা আছে, মানে প্রোগ্রামের মধ্যে আছে।
তো বলছি তো এখন চালিয়ে দিতে পারো একবার, সবাই বসে আছে তো ওয়েট করছে, একবার চালিয়ে দিতে পারো আর কি, তারপরে পরে একবার চালান।
কৃষ্ণেন্দু
ঠিক আছে।
ব্যানারটা ইউজ করো।
ওটা চালিয়ে দে তাহলে।
ডিপার্টমেন্ট,
রঘু
অ্যাবাউট ডিপার্টমেন্টটা চালাই স্যার।
অ্যাবাউট ডিপার্টমেন্টে চালা, অনেকটা সময় লাগবে। অ্যাবাউট ডিপার্টমেন্টে চালিয়ে দাও।
আমি স্যার ই করে দিচ্ছি।
আমি দিচ্ছি।
হ্যাঁ আমি অফ করছি। Yes sir. Hi sir.
রঘু
হ্যাঁ স্যার।
অনেকে প্রেজেন্টেশন করে দিচ্ছে, আর একটু মিউট করে রাখতে বল, মিউট করে রাখতে বল। স্পিকার গুলো মিউট রাখতে বল। আর খুব ভালো।
Okay, we are ready. We are ready. You just inform us. We started. Okay.
Sorry.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, Ganesh.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. A very good morning to all, and welcome to this 3-day international webinar on the role of applied mathematics in present global crisis, organized by Department of Applied Mathematics, Vidyasagar University. So first of all, we will watch a short documentary film on our university. This is a ritual of our university. I would request Dr. Giri to help in this regard. Please, Dr. Giri.
When I joined as the Vice-Chancellor of this university in 2011, the infrastructure was very underdeveloped and it was in shambles. And it required great effort on our part to create an ideal infrastructure for a university like this. We were also working on the creation of the right infrastructure because most of the students in this university belong to backward castes and communities. We need to prepare our students for the competition they may face in the future. We want to see them successful in life, and we have to respond to the needs of the hour because the jobs are scarce, and in order to have them a better placement in life, we try to gradually make our courses more in tune with modern requirements. Our teachers, my esteemed colleagues at this university, they wanted to see their university as one of the best in the country. And we seriously were trying to put the name of VIDYASAGAR University in the national and international.
When the seminar will start.
This job, we are partly successful. We believe in performance. I personally, as the leader of this esteemed team, believe in performance.
When the seminar is going to be started? When the seminar will start? Hello, can you hear me? When the
Yes,
seminar
yes,
going to be started?
it will start shortly. It will start shortly. Please wait.
Start your
Thank you, Dr. Giri. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor RANJAN Chakrabarti is present now with us. We welcome him in this webinar on behalf of the organizing committee. He is the inaugurator of this webinar. We also welcome the two deans, Professor Subrata Kumar De, Dean of Science Acting, and Professor Shivaji Patim Basu, Dean of Arts and Commerce Acting, on behalf of the organizing committee in this webinar. They are the guest of honor of this webinar. Professor Gerhard-Wilhelm is from Pozhan University of Technology, Poland. He is the chief guest in this webinar. We welcome him in this webinar on behalf of the organizing committee. We also welcome Professor Manoranjan Maiti, retired professor of this university of our department, on behalf of the organizing committee. He is the special guest in this webinar. We also welcome all faculty members, participants, and research scholars from all over the world who has come to join this 3-day webinar during this pandemic situation. With the permission of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, now I request our student, Miss Soumita, for the opening song. Soumita, please.
Namaskar.
Someone is sharing his WhatsApp page.
ধরা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি, ধরা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি, শুষ্ক হৃদয় লয়ে আছে জড়ায়, মূল চোখে ধরা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি, না থাকে অন্ধকার, না থাকে মোহপার, না থাকে শোক পরিতাপ, হৃদয় বিমল হোক, প্রাণ সবল হোক, বিঘ্ন দাপসারি, বরিশ ধরা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি, শুষ্ক হৃদয় লয়ে আছে জড়ায়, মাঝে ধরনা রে বরিশোধা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি কেন এ হিংসা দেশ কেন এ ছদ্মবেশ কেন এ মানবিমান ভিতর ভিতর প্রেম শান হৃদয়ে জয় জয় হোক তোমারি বরিশোধরা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি শুষ্ক হৃদয় আছে দাঁড়ায় ঊর্ধ্বমুখে নরনারী বরিশোধরা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি On this blessed day, let's all hail to the place where is divine grace covered. Come, my friends, let's all rejoice. Come, my friends, let's all rejoice. On this blessed day, let's all hail to the place where is divine grace covered soul. Fill our hearts in peace and happiness. In this moment, blissful heaven, will our hearts find peace and happiness. In this moment, blissful heaven, come, my friends, let's all rejoice. Come, my friends, let's all rejoice. On this blessed day, let's all hail to the place where is divine grace covered soul. Victory bell rings in the corridors of life. Come, let's sing and reunite. Victory bell rings in the corridors of life. Come, let's sing and reunite. Come, my friends, let's all unite. Come, my friends, let's all unite. আজি শুভ দিনে পিতার ভবনে অমৃত সদনে চলো যাই চলো 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 যাই চলো 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 ভাই on this blessed day let's all hail to the place where is divine grace covered soul.
Thank you, Somita. I would now request Professor Samal Kumar Mondal, Head of the Department and Chairman of this webinar, to present his welcome address. Professor Mondal, please.
Good morning, respected Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Sir Professor RANJAN CHAKRABARTI, inaugurator of this 3-day international webinar, guest of honor, Professor Subroto Kumar De, Dean of Science of our university, guest of honor, Professor Shivaji Pratim Basu, Dean of Arts and Commerce, our chief guest, Professor Gerhard-Wilhelm Weber, Pozhan University of Technology, Poland, our special guest, Professor Manoranjan Maiti, former professor of our department, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, young researchers, friends, ladies and gentlemen. This is my proud privilege to welcome you all in this majestic 3 days international webinar the role of applied mathematics in present global crisis. This webinar is dedicated to celebrate 200th birth anniversary of an Indian Bengali polymath and a key figure of the Bengal Renaissance, Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. You all know that throughout the world, we are now lying in a critical suffocating situation due to the existence of COVID-19 pandemic. We are all puzzled what to do and what should not do. It is harder to control the spread of coronavirus. Stagnant situation is now everywhere. The global economy is facing a very severe economic and financial crisis. Leading economies of the world are going through a period of deep recession. The other form of crisis are rapidly rising ocean temperature, rising sea level, extreme weather events, and drought. These phenomena are not just signs of climate change. They are the signs of a crisis. In such a situation, what is the role of mathematics? That is applied mathematics. Basically, there are two sides of mathematics. One is pure mathematics, which is one of the human activities like art, literature, music, etc., which is intrinsically worthwhile. On the other hand, applied mathematics, it is a key element in science and technology. Therefore, it is vital to understanding, controls, development of the resources of the world around us to overcome today's crisis. So, it is the time to review us. Where are we now in the research of applied mathematics? How researchers in applied mathematics can contribute to the nation, to the world, to overcome these different types of crises occurring around us. To get answers, Department of Applied Mathematics, VIDYASAGAR University has arranged this 3 days international webinar from today to 7th August. To make it a success, we are particularly grateful and thankful to our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Sir, for having agreed to inaugurate the session in spite of heavy burdens, duties, and responsibilities. He has enlightened here to dignify and magnify our webinar. I respectfully welcome our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Sir, Professor RANJAN CHAKRABARTI, without whose guidance and leadership, this event would not have been possible at this scale. The presence of respected Dean, Faculty of Science, Professor Subrata Kumar De, guest of honor, today's ceremony is a matter of great satisfaction for us. We value his constant support and advice. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. I welcome Professor De for gracing this occasion. It is a matter of great honor for me to welcome guest of honor, Professor Shivaji Pratim Basu, Dean of Arts and Commerce. I express my gratitude for agreeing to deliver a short memorable speech on Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar in this international webinar. On tribute, I welcome Professor Shivaji Pratim Basu. We are encouraged by the presence of Professor Gerhard-Wilhelm, Faculty of Engineering Management, Chair of Marketing and Economic Engineering, Pozhan University of Technology, Poland. We look forward to hearing from him on this issue. I welcome our chief guest, Professor Gerhard-Wilhelm. I welcome our special guest, Professor Mohananjan Maiti, former professor of our department, whose workforce astonished us, who still dedicated himself in research work at this age of 80. Thanks to our respected invited speaker from abroad and country, without whose presence this webinar would not be possible and fruitful. So, on behalf of organizing committee, we welcome Professor Fred Brower, University of British Columbia, Canada, Professor Ganasri Salvachandan, Malaysia, Professor Kobi Kumar Jacob, Malaysia, Professor Haidar Ali Biswas, Bangladesh, Professor J. Muhyiddin Christie, Arab, Professor Chandra Kumar Jaggi, University of Delhi, Professor Subbochari Bhattacharya, ISI Kolkata, Professor Snehasi Chakrabarti, NIT Rourkela, Miss Sunita Devi, Scientist E, IMD Mousum Bhavan, New Delhi, Professor Nita Shah, Department of Mathematics, Gujrat University, Ahmedabad, Gujrat. I would like to express my most sincere gratitude to Professor K.S. Choudhury, Jadavpur University, Professor Hemant Kumar Borua, Emeritus Professor, Department of Mathematics, Assam Global University, Guwahati, also former Vice-Chancellor, Professor A.K. Bhuya, Bardwan University, G.C. Laik, Bardwan University, Professor T.K. Pal, retired Professor VIdyasagar University, Professor Bivas Giri, Jadavpur University, Professor H.S. Ramani, Karnataka University, Professor A. Bharali, Dibrugarh University, Professor S. Mahato, Sidhu Kanu Birsa University. To act as a chairperson in different sessions, I welcome you also, sir. I welcome my colleagues, Senior Professor Madhumangal Pal, Professor Shankar Kumar Rai, Professor Dilip Kumar Maiti, who have helped to supervise all arrangements for the webinar. I welcome my colleague, Dr. Ganesh Gorai. Last but not least, I welcome joint convener of this conference, Dr. Raghu Nandan Giri and Dr. Krishnendu Barman, who have executed our decision with speed and efficiency. I welcome Mr. Asabul Khan, Mr. Nandan Mandal of the department of their contribution and participation in this program. I welcome all participants from country and abroad who participate and present in this webinar. All are welcome. I salute the corona warriors, doctors, paramedics, policemen, sanitation workers, others engaged in different duties in the fight against COVID-19 for their unmatched contribution and sacrifice in fighting COVID-19 pandemic. Many of dignitaries who are also sharing their time with us in this event have also changed previous commitments in their personal and professional duty. I welcome you also. Being a keynote, it is my great honor and pleasure to invite you to participate in this international webinar that brings together domain experts, researchers, scientists, professors, industry representatives, postdoctoral fellows, almost 200 fellows through Google Meet and 1,600 participants via YouTube from around the world, providing them with opportunity to report, share, discuss scientific questions, achievements, challenges in this field. Our department, Applied Mathematics with Oceanography Computer Programming, was founded in 1985. Since it has striving for excellence. Due to presence of hardworking and dedicated teachers, department has made a mark in the areas of both teaching and research. The research performance of the department is highly encouraging. A good number of papers have been published in reputed national and international journals. More than 100 students have already obtained PhD degree. Presently, 27 research scholars are working for PhD program. The department. It is the department that initially took initiative in creating computer awareness in this region by organizing workshop and orientation courses on computer programming for school and college teachers. A good number of students have been employed. Software industries, college, school, universities, IIT in both India and abroad. Some are engaged in research in Indian and foreign institutes and universities. I'm particularly happy to be present in this unique event today, to exchange views and share with others, high-level professors, colleagues, friends, representing many well-known universities and research institutes together with members of relevant international organizations. I congratulate you all for your commitment and active participation and wish you all success. Thank you for your participation. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for the welcome address. May I now request Honorable Vice-Chancellor, sir, to inaugurate this 3-day international webinar on the role of applied mathematics in present global crisis through his kind inaugural speech. Sir, please.
Good morning. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Shamul Kumar Mondol and his distinguished colleagues, the two deans of the university, and other guests, participants, scholars, scientists, friends in India and outside India. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the Department of Mathematics of Bhattacharya University for organizing a conference, webinar, as you call it these days, international webinar on a very interesting subject. And they also have dedicated this webinar in the memory of Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, whose 200th birth centenary we are currently celebrating. Thank you very much, Professor Mondol and your colleagues, for this excellent initiative. And thank you again for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity to speak before you. I understand that my job is limited. I am here as an inaugurator. I am no expert in applied mathematics. And I don't have expertise in any field. But this is a very interesting subject that you have picked up for discussion, particularly the midst of a global pandemic. And I wish that you come forward at the end of the road after the discussions are over, after this conference is over, you come forward with a panacea for the epidemic or pandemic. Maybe some solutions will come up through the discussions. And I would like to thank Professor Weber of Pozhan University of Technology for giving his kind consent to deliver the keynote speech in this conference. I was supposed to be in Poznan, Poland, this month to attend the 23rd International Conference of the Historical Sciences, where I was leading a panel. I was heading a large panel of 11 scholars, and we were supposed to talk about human-animal conflict. But we missed it out because it has been, as Professor Weber may be aware, it has been postponed for 1 year, and now it will be held. The expected date is August 22, 26, 2021. So this is happening everywhere. You know, we are faced with such a deep crisis that everything is cancelled. Our normal life has been disrupted, and we are experiencing a new normal. We are hearing this phrase, new normal. I have never experienced this kind of a crisis. And no one has, no one of the present generation possibly, very few of us actually saw the First World War. And I don't think many of them could be alive at the Second World War. Most of them passed away by now. So this is a crisis of a magnitude that we were never aware of. We have read in books, we have read in historical documents, we have read in old newspapers about many crises like this, but we never experienced ourselves. I was trained as a historian, as a conventional historian, who mostly researched on the past, but I have a special interest. I'm into an area which has some connection with the history of sciences and history of environmental sciences in particular, because I am engaged in research in the field of environmental history, and I have some interest in epidemic, and for that matter, in public health, medicine. So this is a pandemic which is of a new dimension. It has brought a new challenge for the entire humanity. The picture seems to be bleak. There is a procession of death. I become very sad, disappointed, dejected in the evening every day when I see the dead bodies. I don't know, we don't know when it's going to end, when this crisis is going to end. But if you take a look at history, you find that similar epidemics occurred in the past. To name a few, you may be aware of the plague epidemic that swept over ancient Greece in the 5th century BC. It was a plague epidemic, and it occurred immediately after the war between Athens and Sparta. We don't have any concrete hard documents to establish the number of deaths, but we are told, if you read the history of the Peloponnesian War by Thucydides, you find that there is an estimate, but which is not very reliable, but there's no doubt that thousands of people died. Now, till now, in human recorded history, the most important epidemic, the greatest pandemic that devastated the whole world is the Black Death. 200 million people died. Just think of the magnitude of Black Death. It swept over Europe and parts of North Africa. It occurred in the Middle Ages. And this is the bubonic plague, that hit us in the 14th century. It lasted for about 2-3 decades, and it killed 200 million people. 200 million is a very big figure, as you all understand. Then the second largest epidemic was the Spanish flu. Actually, we are yet to come to terms with this, this webinar. I find that some of you are talking over cell phone. We are not yet familiar with the culture of webinar. Perhaps we need some more time to do this. I hope after a year or so, we shall become more familiar with this technology and about the decorum of this kind of methods. So I would request all of you to kindly refrain from talking over phone when you are attending a webinar, and you may keep yourself out of the view of the camera. It's better to do that, because it is very discouraging for the speaker and also discouraging for the organizers, and particularly discouraging for the young students. Now, the most important epidemic that swept over the whole world, almost the whole world, particularly the Euro-American world, was the Spanish flu. It's commonly called the Spanish flu, and it occurred about 100 years ago. During 1918, 1920, it did not hit Asia so much, but hit Europe and America mostly. So this is a very hard time, and I was telling my friends who are engaged in biotechnology and biology that, you see, this is an epidemic which is revealing the failure of sciences. It has many lessons to impart. This epidemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, it has many lessons to impart to the humanity. I was telling them that, look, here is a pandemic that has also revealed the fragile character of the sciences, of the natural sciences and the physical sciences. When we eradicated smallpox, when we led the smallpox zero campaign, and when we eradicated polio and almost eradicated plague, we thought that the sciences are triumphant and the sciences has no limit. No epidemic can ever hit us. We have silenced the bacteria and the viruses. But this was a very fragile perception that we have been nurturing during the last 5 or 6 decades. We became very confident. After eradicating smallpox, almost eradicating cholera, and also polio and plague, we thought that we are invincible. We thought that we shall be also able to abolish death. Humans should be able to live more than 100 years, maybe up to 150 years. We shall be also able to abolish death. Now see how fragile this perception is. I was a resource person for UNESCO. I was among a team which attempted to generate environmental consciousness in some of the European countries, and I used to give talks. And environment is one area where we have been paying some attention over the last 3 decades or so, but now a new turn has come up in the study of environment. We need to listen to the voice of environment. We listen to the voice of nature in particular. Nature has a message to convey. And through this epidemic, through this pandemic perhaps, nature has a message to convey to all of us, particularly to the humans. The humans should know that they are just part of this planet. They are part of the system. They are sharing the planet with other animals and other life forms, and we should have more humility. We humans should have more humility. We should respect other species and we should respect nature. Perhaps it is a powerful reminder to the humans that nature should not be abused and misused. I don't know what is going to be the role of applied mathematics in the present global crisis. And crisis is spelled SES, CRISES, multiple problems, multiple crises, not a single crisis. I'm sure that mathematicians, applied mathematicians, will be able to throw light how they plan to combat this epidemic. It's a great challenge for all of us. It's a very great challenge for all of us to combat this epidemic, and how the sciences will now respond, because the science is also under deep stress. As I told you, that the sciences never appeared to be so fragile. And you know all these disciplines like applied mathematics, the micro areas of study, the disciplinary boundaries among the sciences, among the natural sciences and the physical sciences, they do not matter much. You are mathematicians, but there are applied mathematicians. Now you have a boundary between physics and mathematics, between computer science and mathematics. All these boundaries are going to be blown off. I'm sure that after this pandemic, a new world would emerge. The symptoms of this breakdown of disciplinary barriers, were already visible in the pre-pandemic world. And after the pandemic is over, many of the conventional disciplines, they would either merge under new emerging interdisciplinary areas, or they will just not survive. They may not be able to survive. They have to package themselves in a different way. I don't know how much feasible such packaging like applied mathematics would be viable. You have to rethink. But nevertheless, knowledge is knowledge. I'm talking about knowledge systems. You scientists have your own knowledge systems, and the knowledge system is most important. It is not the label. The label is just a matter of convenience. They are not labeled. What I'm saying is this, that you have to also, in this seminar perhaps, in this webinar, you have to discuss how feasible would be your label applied mathematics. Maybe you can retain this label, but it does not matter. It is not very important to the humans anymore, because we have to redefine our disciplines. We have to redefine our disciplinary barriers. And these labels are maybe they may remain, but they would remain merely as labels of convenience and not as labels of essences. This is my humble submission before you. You can discuss this. The experts can discuss this during this 2-day conference. It's a 2-day conference, am I right? 3-day conference. Wonderful. So you have all the time in the world to discuss all these matters. I will not take long because I am no expert in this subject, but I can tell you one thing as a historian, as an environmental historian, that we are very fast heading towards a new world after this pandemic. The post-pandemic world would be completely new, where there will be, the new normal may disappear, but many other innovative things may come up, which may astonish us, and those things would become the new normal. I don't know when life will return to normalcy. I can't predict that, and I don't know whether I shall I shall survive to see that new situation when the pandemic disappears. Whether I shall survive the pandemic, but I can tell you one thing, that we shall certainly see a new world. Maybe it is going to be a brave new world when the human civilization would emerge stronger and as more resilient. So it doesn't matter whether you retain the label of applied mathematics or not, or you use other labels. Different disciplines merge together, different disciplines may be fused together. The entire university system, higher education system, is going to be completely reshuffled, and it would not exist as it is existing today, I tell you. And to the young scholars, my advice is you package yourself in a different way so that you can keep up with the new situation, you can save your jobs. As HON'BLE was telling you, that we are going through the worst depression in human history. This is not only one of the worst pandemics in human history, but this is also one of the worst economic depressions that we are going through today. So we have to be cautious, we have to be careful, but there is a silver lining, I tell you. I believe in human resilience. I'm sure that we shall be able to defeat COVID-19, and our scholars, our scientists would come forward with solutions. So I look forward to the new world when the pandemic will be over and you will be able to return within the 4 walls of the classroom, because this webinar is not a very good solution to academic discussions, because I can't see all of you. I can't see all of you. I can't see your expressions. It is very mechanical. Well, there is a common saying. Those who are Bengalis will know this. Dudher shad ghole metano. Dudher shad ghole metano. If you're looking for a beautiful, if you're looking for a very, say coffee, a good Brazilian coffee, cup of Brazilian coffee, and if you are served tea, then what happens? You may not be very satisfied. So it is difficult, difficult. I can't get your expressions. I can't see your eyes. I can't see everybody. So this is not a real alternative. I don't think it's an alternative to higher education. I'm sorry for being so conservative, but I don't see that this is going to be the future of our education. You see, university system is tested, 10th century tested system. The universities grew up in medieval Europe when medieval cities came up, and for 10 centuries we have been practicing this university system, tested system. University life, university green, professors moving through the campus, meeting their students, they're talking, new ideas coming up. Webinar cannot be an alternative. Finally, I again congratulate the Department of Mathematics, the head of the Department of Mathematics and his colleagues. I also would like to thank our technical staff who have been able to, Debayan and others, Sunil Mullik and others, they have been able to do all the technicalities for this conference. The university support system is always with you, and whatever support you need in this hour of crisis, the university administration is with all the academic departments, solidly with all the academic departments and our professors. So I request all of you to stay well, stay safe as much as possible. And I again congratulate the department for dedicating this conference to the memory of Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, whose bicentenary we are currently celebrating. Before I end, just a note of apologies. I cannot, I wish I could sit through the entire webinar, and I was curious to listen to Professor Weber, and I believe I'll be able to listen to him briefly, but I shall be leaving around 11:35, so I am seeking your kind permission for this. It is 11:16 Indian Standard Time, so I hope I'll have some time to listen to Professor Weber. And my hunch is that if you continue in the webinar mode for interacting with your students and with your colleagues, the practitioners of your discipline, you drop your own format. Of organizing seminars. Don't think of inaugural speech. Vice Chancellor is no expert. Don't call the Vice Chancellor. Then don't ask someone to sing a song. Just straight go to discussion. That's better. You save time, you save data, you save power in this hour of crisis. Old format, you forget. You build up your own new format. মালা দেওয়া, বরণ করা, তারপরে গান গাওয়া, singing song, these are not necessary. So I wish you all the best, and I hope that this conference will be a great success and new ideas would emerge. There will be a very fruitful discussion. I wish the conference all success, and as the Vice Chancellor of the University, I inaugurate this 3-day international webinar on the role of applied mathematics in present global crisis. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Stay safe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable advice, suggestion, and inaugurating this 3-day webinar. Now, Professor Subroto Komadde is the Dean of Science Acting of our university. He is a professor of zoology in this university. I would now request him for the guest of honor speech. Sir, please.
Very good morning. Professor RANJAN CHAKRABARTI, the Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Vidyasagar University, and the inaugurator of this 3-day international webinar. Professor Gerhard-Wilhelm, chief guest of this international webinar. Professor Shivaji Pratim Boshu, guest of honor, and he also the senior faculty of political science. Professor Manoranjan Maiti, former professor of mathematics with Bhattacharya University. Professor Shamul Kumar Mondol, head of the department and chairman of this seminar, and the joint convener, Dr. Raghunandan Giri and Krishnendu Burman, faculty members, national and international resource persons, research scholars, students, participants from different institute, national or international institute, social workers, my dear friends. This department is a very big department, and in VIDYASAGAR University, they dedicated this seminar or international webinar of Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, his birth centenary anniversary. The mathematics department, noted as Department of Applied Mathematics with Oceanology and Computer Programming. First of all, I pay my flower a tribute to Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar and also recall the contribution of the legendary mathematicians Srinivasan Ramanujan, C.S. Seshadri, M.S. Raghunathan, Anil Kumar Gayan. I also recall the international mathematicians. They solved their problem. They are mathematicians. They are in different fields. Our Vice-Chancellor also mentioned the subject is not concentrated in a particular field. It needs multi-dimensional role. I just recall Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, Archimedes, Pythagoras, Plato, the renowned scientists. They contribute in science with the help of mathematics, their deductions. So this venture of such type of international webinar, the department accept, and I thought this type of a webinar, they explore what is the question related to this webinar, how it is solved, and what is the present scenario. They can submerge these two things. And finally, the ultimate result will come out with the help of exploration of expedition of microbiologists, biotechnologists, physicists, chemists, scientists, statisticians, health workers, administrators, local social workers, and awareness program activated personalities. It is a cumulative effect, I think so. And recent pandemic situation, the national or international scholars explore in mathematics in different modeling, different questions. Student asks the questions, research scholar nurtured their problems, and they can able to understand what is going on in new normal situation in COVID-19 pandemic. I hope this international webinar on said topic give enormous probability or chance of interaction to the international or national community. Best of luck to all, and in the new normal scenario, stay home, maintain physical distance, follow the COVID protocol. We must overcome the pandemic situation. It's a holistic work is essential. Thank you. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable speech. Now, this year is the bicentenary year of Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, and our university is named after Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. He was a dedicated person to our nation and he has many significant contributions to our society. In this regard, I would request Professor Shivaji Pratim Basu, Professor of Political Science of our university, to say the few contributions of this famous person to motivate our young generation and research scholar. Sir, please.
Thank you. It is still morning, so good morning to everyone. Our Professor RANJAN Chakrabarti, our Honorable Vice-Chancellor and the inaugurator of this seminar, the webinar. I'm not still habituated with this new normal thing. So this webinar of 3 days, my colleague and friend, Professor Subroto Kumar De, Dean of Science, my colleagues in the Department of Applied Mathematics, Professor Weber from Pozhan University, and many friends and all the friends from different universities of this and institutes of India and abroad. A very good morning to you all. And in fact, when I'm dead and gone, I will die with many remorses, and one of the remorse will be that I could not master mathematics, But I have many friends who are very experts in mathematics, theoretical mathematics especially, who talk, and I through them, I have learned something. Of course, in prose, of course, in language that I can understand. The works of Penrose or Cantor or Gödel, for example, Gödel's incompatibility and incompleteness theories, etc. But and through them I could understand the beauty of this abstract world of mathematics, of numbers, and where you can in fact realize God through these numbers. So this is something very something. It's a kind of a
mainstream seminar.
Hello.
Continue, sir. Continue your.
Am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Somebody was saying something.
That is the distance.
So, so this is my very good fortune that I work here at VIDYASAGAR University. The university is named after Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, as my colleague Subroto has already pointed out. And this is the land from where this great person hailed from, this very land of West Midnapur district. Now his native village, Bishingal, belongs to our district of West Midnapur in West Bengal, India. This is not a very easy task that our colleagues in the mathematics department have thrust on my shoulders to speak something on Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar in just 5 minutes. It's not possible. Still, I am trying. And before I start, I would like to I would like to acknowledge my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Professor RANJAN Chakrabarti, who has given me an opportunity to be in the team which in fact edited the voluminous works of Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. In fact, this is the first university in India to publish. There are many private publishers who have previously published the collected works of Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. But Vidyasagar University is the first university to publish the undiluted. There are many dilutions beforehand. So undiluted version of Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar's complete writings in Bengali. and we are looking forward to publish his English writings also in future, very near future. And this could not have possible if our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who in fact it is not a rhetoric but a reality, who leads us in every front, from the front, he leads us and encourages us and inspires us to go ahead with full liberty. So I had the opportunity to go through the works and the life and the works of this life and the letters of this great man of Bengal, of India, and he's a modern man. He belongs to the world, I think. So with this word, I venture very briefly to say a few words on Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar was born as Ishwar Chandra Bandyopadhyay, was one of the key figures of India's Renaissance in the 19th century. He was a polymath in the true sense of the term, an educationist, a social reformer, and above all, a philanthropist par excellence. It was due to his vast erudition that the title of Vidyasagar, which means the sea of knowledge, was conferred on him. He dedicated his life for women's empowerment and prosperity through education and social reforms. For his passionate zeal for the uplift of women, downtrodden and distressed people, he was also adoringly called Dayar Sagar in Bengali, which literally means in English, the ocean of kindness. He was also the father of modern Bengali school system. He was the father of modern Bengali textbooks and press. Although deeply influenced by modern Western knowledge.
Sir, your video is not visible.
Hello?
Sir, your video is not visible.
Okay, it is not problem. Sir, continue.
Who is speaking, sir?
Sir, please continue, sir.
This is a very disturbing thing. So he was also the father of modern, as I have already mentioned, he was the father of modern Bengali school system. He was the father of modern Bengali textbooks and press. And although he was deeply influenced by the Enlightenment, Renaissance, modern Western knowledge, and the strength of character based on the ideals of Renaissance and Enlightenment, that is European Enlightenment, who he's always stood upright with his native identity, like his dress. He always used to wear dhoti and kurta or Punjabi, and dared to and chadar, a simple wrapper, and dared to challenge the colonizers when needs arose. It is absolutely impossible to give even glimpses of this great man within 5 minutes' time. Acharya Ramendra Sundar Trivedi, author, educator, and popular science writer, commented on Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar after 2 decades of his demise and summed up his tribute in these words. There is a machine called microscope, which shows smaller things as biggers. But an attempt towards writing a biography of Vidyasagar is like a machine to turn the bigger, that is Vidyasagar, the life of Vidyasagar, into smaller. So this is something impossible for even a book to complete, is to capture the many-sidedness, the myriad ways that he was, as I have already told, he was born in Birshingo village, which now belongs to Paschim Medipur, or the West Medipur district of West Bengal, on 26 September 1820, which was then the British Bengal, and he died on 29th of July 1891 at the age of 70. In 1829, at the age of 9, he joined Sanskrit College, Kolkata, now Kolkata. And his quest for knowledge was so intense that he used to study under a street light as it was not possible for him to afford a gas lamp. At that time, there was no electricity, as you can understand, to study at home. Later, he became the legendary principal of Sanskrit College in 1855 and also became the inspector of schools in the same year. As the inspector of schools, he established the modern school system in Bengal for both boys and girls. He became the living inspiration for women's education as the secretary of Bethune School, established by the legendary watchmaker and businessman and an Irish and a British Drinkwater Bethune. He founded a number of free girls' schools, bearing the entire costs of running the schools out of his own pocket. And as a pioneer of textbooks in India, he shaped the first stage of modern Bengali prose. And like the Renaissance personalities in Europe, as you all know, he undertook the work of translation from the classics written in Sanskrit, English, and even Hindustani or Hindi. He wrote and published more than 20 notable books, more than 20, it may be 30, if we consider the pamphlet-like books, including books supporting widow remarriage and opposing polygamy. In mid-1850s, his books sold like anything. And in mid-1850s, his earning on his books was rupees 50,000 per annum, which amounts to almost rupees 20 crore per year, if we calculate in our time. Vidyasagar's greatest legacy is his unflinching resolve to change the plight of Indian women, especially in his native Bengal. The enactment of the Act of 1856, legalizing widow remarriage, and Civil Marriage Act of 1872, abolishing polygamy and child marriage and encouraging widow remarriage, owed a great deal to this great man, whose writings and activities had helped to create public opinion in favor of these social issues. However, being a devout Hindu himself, he sought transformation of orthodox Hindu society from within, not from outside, like the young Bengal tradition in Bengal, who discredited anything that was Hindu. And I will end this very short introduction to Vidyasagar by saying two small anecdotes. And the first will reveal his character. It's his true upright character. As once Vidyasagar was traveling by train in a compartment with some Englishmen. He sat between two of them. One man asked, "Who is this donkey?" The other asked, "Who is this pig?" A third Englishman asked, "Who are you?" Ishwar Chandra, very coolly he replied, "I am a human being sitting between a donkey and a pig." The two Englishmen felt ashamed of themselves. They felt even more ashamed when they saw a large crowd of people waiting with garlands to receive Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar when he got down from the train. And the second one is especially meant for the mathematics department. At Birsinga, little Vidyasagar was not acquainted with English letters or numbers, but he learned all the English numerals, observing the numbers inscribed on the milestones while he was traveling to Calcutta for his education the first time with his father at the age of 9. And at the time of his admission to a school, which was, at that time it was an English medium school, the boy surprised everyone when he could solve a complex arithmetic question given in English numerals. Such was the mental capacity of this little boy, after whose name this university is here, Vidyasagar University. And once again I pay my tribute to this great man, who celebrated, whose bicentenary we are celebrating now. I thank the organizers for inviting me for giving me this opportunity to pay tribute to Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, one of my idols, and I wish the seminar very success. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable information of this great man. May I now request Professor Gerhard-Wilhelm, Pozhan University of Technology, Poland, for the chief guest speech. Sir, please. Sir, we can't hear.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, please continue, sir.
So, yes, dear friends, I'm delighted to be very close to you today. Closeness is not closeness as we got used to it before the pandemics, but I feel that our hearts are close to each other. Our mouth and ears are as well, and it's a beautiful day of my life. The sun is shining in Poland. I believe the sun is shining in India always, and especially the sun is shining into our hearts, and that's particularly because of you. You let a person, a European person who came from Germany, went to Turkey, is now in Poland, be close to the vast nation of India. And we discuss about mathematics. At the end of the day, we are speaking about humanity. And for all of these, your nation is very, very famous. So I'm delighted to be close to you, and I would like to express my thankfulness to all of you, my Excellency, my Vice-Chancellor, all of you who brought the idea up that I might be a person to share company with you today. Professor Barman helped very much for the technical questions. And I would like to mention how it came to pass that I got introduced to you. It was 5 years ago in Shanghai, China, that at a conference of the Chinese Operational Research Society, together with Euro is the Association of European Operational Research Societies, I met a young person from India, namely from your university, Professor Chandra Kumar Roy, and it was him who accepted friendship with me, and ever since I had a chance to very closely collaborate and work with his team, and if I can say it very humbly, also to publish in quite good journals. So that means Indian people, by him, by your school, by Indian friends I met before, they're very important in my very humble and small lifeline, in my little career. So I would like to express to all of you and the wonderful nation of India my thankfulness for having been with me, protected me, made me develop, made me become a better scientist, and, as I may say, a better human being as well. Now, I listened to very, very beautiful and very remarkable speeches already. All of the speeches I listened to today touched my heart and mind as well. We spoke about applied mathematics and theoretical mathematics. And I would like to say that to my deep conviction, there is not really a division line between the two. Applied mathematics, theoretical mathematics, in history, if you go back to old Indian mathematics, if you go back to old European mathematics, was always united. The theoretical mathematics rooted in the applications And the applications benefited tremendously from the theory. So we are humans and we are admirers of beauty. When we see a child, when we see a flower, we get inspirations for very different parts of life. So mathematics, creativity, solving of problems emerge by the admiration of a flower, emerge by the admiration of a child. And I must confess, you are flowers as well. The beauty of your smile, the beauty of your mathematics, the beauty of your hope is the beauty of future mathematics. Future mathematical methods, future mathematical theorems come up out of the beauty that we are sharing, the encouragement which we are giving to each other. They liberate us. They give us the potential to allow energy to stream into our works, to set our mind free to the admiration of a beauty which turns to be mathematics and solve the problems of the future. We have listened to that tomorrow's world will not be the same as yesterday's. I think we all got that point. And that we are now speaking about the normal now, I mean, that we are taking a crisis as given is too depressive. We are living by hope, we are living by love that we donate to each other, and that means depression will not be it. And I must say, among many topics that I try to learn about and try to study on, there are also regime switching and paradigm shifting processes. These are very abstract notions, but mathematics, science, it's not about notations. It's about notions that need to be filled with meaning. I can speak a lot about regime switching and paradigm shifting, but I need to give life to it. And the life comes by exchange with others, by seeing, as Vice-Chancellor said, seeing our faces, looking into our eyes. I mean, we are not close to each other physically, but we are close to each other by our hearts and to the very best of what modern technology can provide. And I believe that we are able to give meaning to the notations, that we are accepting notions and make them lively and beautiful, and that will enable us to develop much better methods, much better mathematical results, and help to get out of it. And I must also admit that I believe the biggest pandemic is not even about our present COVID-19 or the plague and other diseases. The biggest epidemic is about the lack of love between the people. So many people suffer from drinking too much alcohol or taking hard drugs. Why? Because they don't see a purpose. Why? Because they are alone. Or they did not find anybody to share their sorrows and not even to share their joy. I think that is the biggest reason why people die. More than reasons that are coming from any virus or bacteria. And that today we have a chance to stand up, to listen to each other, and to admit that we wish to share a hope for the future is a wonderful thing. I must say that in my belief, 50% of all problems which we call open have already been solved. I think already God gave us ways by our friendship, by enjoying the nature, by being respectful to everything, to find out 50% of the answers we just need to pick up. And the remaining 50%, I believe many of them, by God's help, we will find out also. So there is a big reason of cheerfulness, and I would like to conclude to say there's a very big reason to be grateful, and I'm very grateful to the nation of India for letting me, in a sense, be one of them. You are the country, together with the old Greeks, who introduced humankind to mathematics, the Greeks and the Indians. And that I, as a mathematician, have a chance to be next to the nation of mathematics, which is India, is a wonderful experience, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I must say that in the meantime of the conference, sometimes I have to share a time with conference organization because there will be a meeting of the Euro conference in Greece, but I try to learn as much as possible, and I can send presentations of any kind, which I don't speak about today, to you, to the organizers, and to Professor Roy, who can forward them to you, and I hope we can intensify our collaboration and publish in good journals, and I believe we can publish in the Book of Life. That is the biggest journal, the Book of Life, where we have a chance to contribute to life, to take from the real sources of life, from the tree of life. And I'm more than happy to see your beautiful faces, to feel your beautiful hearts. And I would like to thank you again. And let's do our very best to serve to everybody. The world is full of underprivileged people. I have the privilege to know you. Many did not meet you now. Let's work for those who are in very, very sad positions in all over the world, and let the spirit of cheer emerge everywhere. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Gerhard-Wilhelm.
Connection problem is there from Bonex. Please, sir, continue.
Okay. Thank you, sir,
Yes, sir.
for your valuable speech. May I now request Professor Manoranjan Maiti, retired professor of Vidyasagar University, for the special guest speech. Sir, please. It's not audible. No, yes. Sounds are not clear to us.
Hello,
can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sir, please write your sound.
Till now, it's not clear, sir.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. Continue, sir.
Yes.
Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Professor RANJAN Chakrabarti, Inaugurator of this webinar, Guest of Honor, Professor Kumar Dey, Dean Faculty of Science, Guest of Honor, Professor Shivaji Pratim Basu, Dean Faculty of Arts and Commerce, Chief Guest, Professor Gerhard-Wilhelm, Pozhan University of Technology, Poland, faculty members of the Department of Applied Mathematics with Oceanology and Computer Programming, and other departments of VIDYASAGAR University, honorable national and international resource persons, participants, beloved students, and researchers, ladies and gentlemen. I pay my tribute at the beginning to Professor Chandra. I also thank the Department and University Authority for organizing an international webinar on the present day relevant topic, and at a time when almost all academic activities have been temporarily stopped. Let's come to the topic. The role of applied mathematics in present global crisis. Let us see, we being applied mathematician, what we learn and what we do. What we learn? We learn some basic mathematics, mathematical techniques, and their applications. This learning starts from the beginning, from the childhood, from the primary stage. What we do, we develop mathematical models of different natural phenomena, social systems, physical systems, etc., and solve and analyze those developing models using the appropriate technique which is already existed, or we develop the techniques which is required to solve those newly problem models. Now, the present crisis, the topic of the seminar, the webinar, I shall divide the present crisis into two categories. First category, that crisis earlier existed, still persist, still exist. And crisis newly cropped up, maybe existed some little for other form. In the first category, the crisis existed earlier but still persist. That is the mention a few. There are a lot of crises. To mention a few, the climate change, global warming, greenhouse gas or carbon dioxide emission, spread of dengue, chikungunya, smallpox, that is the infectious diseases, and economic recessions. It was there before the pandemic, and renewable energy resources, etc. On these topics, several mathematical models have been developed and solved. There are several publications of
তারা আসছে হ্যাঁ এই আসলে একটা ছেলে ভর্তি হলো জানো তো এই হসপিটাল ম্যানেজমেন্ট ওই যে লিপু আছে না লিপু
our research group have worked on
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ লিপুর বোধহয় ভাইপো হচ্ছে প্রবীণ নাম বলে ছেলেটা তার বাবা ওই প্রবীণ নাম ভদ্রলোকের তার ছেলে ওই এসেছিল পরশু এসেছিল ভর্তি হওয়ার জন্য আমি নিয়ে গেলাম
হ্যালো পুট অফ ইউর মিউট ইউর মাইক্রোফোন hello mute microphone
and have worked on carbon to emission due to and also there are some papers on the spread of infectious diseases like chikungunya, dengue, etc. Now if I come to the second category,
when the presentation is going to be started,
I shall mention the two events which I think that which are the one of the present crisis.
Hello.
One is the terrorism and counter-terrorism, including the Chinese and Indian clash at Ladakh. And second one, that much discussed and very dangerous coronavirus, the COVID-19, and its consequences. Such as worst economic downturn and etc. For the first problem, for the young researchers, I can say that the game theory, which is taught in VIdyasagar University postgraduate class, is an appropriate methodology for investigating terrorism and counter-terrorism, and it examines the interaction among the targeted governments, the interface between the functions within a terrorist organization, and the interplay between the diverse agents like rival terrorist group or the allied group. And the China and India crash at Ladakh can be modeled using the game theory, which can help for a foreign policy by providing reliable prediction about the likelihood of alternatives outcomes or tactics. In USA, CIA, along with this type of analysis, works regularly. There are some models in this area called attacker defender analysis. Using them to
হ্যাঁ বলছিল সেদিকে
Now, please mute your microphone. Hello. Please mute your microphone and then talk. Hello.
And to the best of my knowledge, know what is reported in India, the using on the attacker defender analysis, which will help the government to combat the terrorism and anti-terrorism. Coming to the COVID-19, so the mathematical modeling, applied mathematician can analyze a lot of things about its state with respect to time and number of populations, how to control and its effects on economics, people, etc. Now, I will say that in long back, in 1920, we have the famous model, SIR, S-I-R. S stands for susceptible, I stands R stands for recovered. This model was long back, 1920, it was developed and to analyze the infectious diseases which can be effectively used, applied for COVID-19 if the appropriate data are available. Of course, the COVID-19, as we see, it is changing its nature, characteristics very often. In that case, this model we should develop that must incorporate some uncertainty theory and the randomness in the parameters. It is possible to mathematical models and do the analysis. And say every crisis lead to some inventions, and every crisis have some good and worst effects. If I mention some good effects to combat the COVID-19, we have gone to the lockdown, and almost all the industry or the production throughout the world is stopped. And out of that, we can see now that pollution has receded. In Venice, the channels are clear. In New York, carbon monoxide is less. It has been reduced to half. In China, pollution levels has gone down by 25%. In India, Jamuna and Ganga water are much clear. The food waste, which is one of the problem of the world, and during this period, it is less. It is almost eliminated. Resource savings throughout the supply chain. Also, we can see the harmful methane gas emission from landfill waste has been reduced. And it is astonishing that the seismic activities, the earthquake, volcanoes, etc., has been reduced during this period. And moreover, the COVID-19 has taught one thing. That one thing is that our individual action can ripple out the impact all of the Earth's natural systems, from climate to agriculture. That is the lockdown, the individual and collectively, then it can help to combat the COVID-19. That is, it has been established. And the same thing, we can say that that the world is facing the difficulty at the very due to the climate change, and that climate change also can be fought with this individual action as well as the collective actions. Coming to the dreadful effects of COVID-19, these are people are dying. People are without work. People are without money, without food, and malaria, comeback of malaria, and uninterred population increase, and several dreadful effects we can see. Sure that the world, the Vice-Chancellor was telling that, everybody was telling, the world existed before COVID-19 will not come back to its original position after during the post. Even I can say that this webinar, we have to accept this virtual system, that it may happen that even after webinar will not go, this webinar will stay, and we have to accept it. However, this now we can see that the nature of global commodity market has been changed. The consumer behaviors are changing. Combination of both major demand and supply shocks and disruptions are observed. Those who are working on the supply chain, those who are working on transportation, these behavior we have to take into account, and we can build the model and can solve the problem, whatever is faced by the manufacturer or the common people. And therefore, because we know the mathematical techniques, that is the use of statistics, uncertain theory, optimization, soft computing, network analysis, simulations, computer programming, etc. All these are taught in VIDYASAGAR University, and therefore, as you know, all these techniques, you can work on the above mentioned fields, making the mathematical model. You can do alone or with some other subject experts. Obviously, it is the nowadays research is not the individual research. Research is the collective research. Therefore, to know or analyze the nature of COVID-19, you can work with any other quantitative biologist or microbiologist or virologist, and you can come to the conclusion that how it spread, how to control it, how to tackle it, and how to destroy it. Similarly, in other systems, not only COVID-19, in other systems also, it is not the pure or applied mathematics. Nowadays, it is the collective research we have to do always. Maybe some 3 people may join together, 4 people may join together. Everybody is expert in its own field. Some may be in pure mathematics, some may be in applied mathematics, expert in techniques, and some may be in virologists, and all together they can do the research, the crises what the present world is facing. Lastly, at the end, I should say few words new researchers. Normally, the maximum researchers of Bengal, or even in this country, and especially of this university also, are of first generation and from rural areas. They suffer from the lack of self-confidence. Whenever they face a problem in doing a research work, they lose their confidence and leave the problem and go for a simpler one. Look, I have worked with a man who never said not possible, who never dreamed a small dream, who never said it cannot be done. He is Professor APJ Kalam, the missile man. I worked with him in a group for 9 years in ISRO Timandam. I can say one incident. In 1980, when the first SLV-3 rocket was a failure, everybody was disappointed and was disheartened. He called us and worked hard in next flight. In fact, next SLV-3 flight was successful. So you have the capability of doing high standard research work. Only thing you need is patience and confidence in yourself. You should dare to take the challenging problems like COVID-19.
Hello, Ganesh.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Ganesh. On behalf of the organizing committee of this 3-day international webinar organized by Department of Applied Mathematics with Oceanology and Computer Programming, VIDyasagar University, I like to convey our respect and gratitude to our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Sir, Professor RANJAN Chakrabarti, kind presence and delivering his inaugural address. Thank you, sir. I'd like to offer our gratitude and hearty thanks to our respected Dean of Science, Professor Gujrat for his kind presence in this occasion as a guest of honor. Thank you, sir. I like to offer our gratitude and respect to our Dean of Arts and Commerce, Sir, Professor Shah, for his kind presence in this occasion as a guest of honor and delivering the memorable speech on the research and research. Thank you, sir. I like to convey our respect and gratitude to Professor Weber, Pozhan, University of Technology, Poland, for his kind consent in this occasion as a chief guest. Thank you, sir. I like to offer our gratitude and hearty thanks to Professor Manoranjan Maiti, former professor of this department, for his kind presence as a special guest. Thank you, sir. I like to I also grateful to Professor Madhumangal Pal, Professor Shankar Kumar Rai, Professor Dilip Kumar Maiti, Dr. Ganesh Bodai, who constantly encouraged and cooperated us to organize this event. I'd like to thank all participants who have come from different school, college, university within India and abroad. Also, I thanks to all teachers in our department for the staff of this university, especially Mr. Sunil Kumar Gandhi, Executive Director, and Mr. Biplab Chakrabarti, Information Scientist, for their kind question. I convey thanks to all again to cooperate. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Giri. Now, with the permission of our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Sir, I declare the end of inaugural session. Now we will start our keynote lecture session. Professor C.K. Jaggi will chair this session, and the keynote speaker is Professor Weber. The title of the talk is Sustainable aggregate production planning with overtime and outsourcing options under uncertain seasonal demand. So first of all, I will introduce them before the start of this session. Professor Jaggi is working in the Department of Operation Research, University of Delhi, India. He is the recipient of different awards. Three of them are Amity Academic Excellence Award 2019, Lifetime Achievement Award 2018, International Best Research Award 2017, Certificate of Excellence Bharat Vikas Award 2017, Best Teacher Awards, Certificate of Excellence, Certificate for his exceptional contribution in the field of inventory management, Certificate for significant contribution in the operation management, etc. He is the fellow member of Operation Research Society of India and International Science Community Association. He is the editor-in-chief of IJICM and associate editor of IJSAEM and of such Spinjar, and editorial board of the IJSS, Operations and Logistics, IJSOI, AJOR, IJECBS, etc. His research interest lies in the field of supply chain and inventory management. He has published more than 151 papers in international and international journals of reports. Now I will introduce Professor Weber shortly. Professor Weber is a faculty of engineering management, chair of marketing and economic engineering, Pozhan University of Technology, Pozhan, Poland. His main research area is financial mathematics, mathematical programming, nonlinear optimization, applied probability, mathematical and computational statistics, theory of optimum control of ordinary, partial stochastic and stochastic partial differential equations, mathematical modeling, operational research, quality analysis in manufacturing and finance, etc. He is an editor and co-editor of many international journals, such as Journal of Computational Technologies, Optimization, Quantum Biosystems, International Journal of Lean Thinking, Interdisciplinary Medicine, Journal of Diabetes and Metabolic Disorders, etc. He has published nearly 200 reputed journal articles and also published many monographs and books. Now, I would like to request Professor Jaggi to start the session as the chairperson, please.
Good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was nice. Thanks, Ganesh, for introduction. Now, I was listening to all the speakers in the inaugural session, and I'm lucky to have chaired the session where Professor Weber is going to speak on, and that area on which he is going to speak on is very much falls within my area of interest as well. Thank you, Professor Weber. Looking forward to seeing you, listening to you now. Thank you for connecting with us and your nice words in your inaugural speech. I really appreciate that. Please, Professor Weber.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Jaggi. Let me see whether I can do it. Your entire screen. One moment, please. Just I have to make it the right way. So, and now it's present now. Oh, so. Is it one moment, please? I used Google Conference for the first time. That's why.
Professor Weber, there's one icon might be coming on the lower side. That present now. You just click on that. That will help you to share your PPT.
Now, where is it?
On the bottom. Just move the mouse. You will get to the bottom.
Yeah, it's disabled
now. present now.
Yeah, it's disabled for some reason. It's please. One more time. You can't. Sorry. There is a problem. With, it says can't share your screen.
See, at the bottom, you will find.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Present now. I think you share that, and then I think it will be able to see your PPT.
It says can't share your screen. You must grant permission in order to share your screen. There is a technical problem.
Mr. Gurai, please have a look at it.
You first minimize your screen, then share.
Please open. I opened it. There is a problem. When I say your entire screen, it says there's no permission. That's the point.
Look, please follow them.
Yeah.
Please follow me at the present now. Enter your screen. Please click here and share.
Maybe I can open again. Should I open? Should I open the program again?
No problem, sir. Please follow the procedure. Present now your enter screen, and
it says can't share your screen. There's a problem.
There are the click on this button.
Excuse me.
Please, sir. No problem.
You must grant permission. How can I grant permission to share the screen? Google Chrome. One, please.
Sir, please call the Hussein multiple.
One moment, please.
मेरे को तो पता ही नहीं है मैं तो बस उन्होंने
बोला use Google Chrome browser. If you have Google Chrome browser, then open from there.
Dear friends, there is a technical problem, so meanwhile, maybe I speak frankly to you. Actually, I sent to you my presentation already. Did you get it?
Yes, sir.
Professor Parman.
Yes, sir.
Can you open my Professor Parman? Can you open my presentation, Professor Parman?
Yeah.
Please open it. Because I can. There is a problem. It does not permit me to share. That's the problem. Professor Parman, would you please open it? My slides. Professor Parman, are you there?
Please wait for feedback.
Yes, sir.
Professor Barman, are you hearing me?
Please wait, sir. He is opening your slides. Please wait.
Yeah. Could you please open?
Actually, কাজ করছে কিনা ভিডিও আছে ভিডিও
No, this is
এই আমাদের বাংলা
Professor Barman, do you open my slides now? Can you hear me?
Hello, Raghu.
Yes, sir.
Huh? Raghu, Kishandu. Where is Kishandu?
Open karo eta. Pipilita. National name.
So who can help me? To whom can I say?
PPT to open kore din keu ekjon.
Where is Kishandu?
Ganesh babu keu ekjon PPT to open kore din, share kore din, tali to hoye jabe.
Wait.
Wait, please wait.
Please, sir, wait. Sometimes actually there is some technical problem. Dr. Barman has been left accidentally. He trying to enter in the system.
I sent to Professor Barman and to Professor Roy, I sent my slides. If you could see my email, could you please open my slides?
Yeah.
I sent to Professor Barman and to Professor Roy.
Yeah, I think
I sent my slides.
Professor Barman is entering the system.
Yeah. I'm not permitted to share. There's a technical problem. I cannot solve it. I cannot open Google Chrome. Sorry.
Okay, sir. Wait. Please wait.
Please stay here, dear friends. Don't leave the session. It's only a technical problem. Don't leave the session, please. Professor Jaggi, I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
Mama. Hi, Mama.
Professor Barman, Professor Roy, are you working on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Please stay here, dear friends. Don't leave the session. It's just a technical problem. No reason to leave. Here we are. Okay. So, Professor Barman, can you hear me? Can you all see my...
Put it into a slideshow.
Okay, can you see? Okay, dear friends, here we are. It's about sustainable aggregate production planning, and it's about the overtime and outsourcing options, and we do it all in the presence of uncertainty. Please, Professor Barman, next slide. So here we are, beautiful city, one of my favorite cities in India, and I'm delighted to be at this wonderful conference. And I'm very sorry for the technical inconvenience. Unfortunately, the system did not permit me to share the slides. That was the problem. And dear friends, please next slide, Professor Barman. So first, a short introduction. Then we are speaking about the problem description and the mathematical model. We have to speak about uncertainty and about robust optimization. We are going to speak about weighted goal programming and bring computational results. We also speak about sensitivity analysis. As was being said, Professor Jaggi is working on supply chain management. So the entire region of subjects is being called logistics. You know, we are in India, close to the maritime Silk Road. India is very well connected to the whole world. So these are supply chains. Professor Roy is working on inventory management. It's a huge subject, which we call logistics, including production management. And today we are speaking about that issue, production management. But as we now understand, the world is full of uncertainty. The present crisis is a heavy demonstration about uncertainty. How can we make decisions in logistics, for example, about production management, in the world of uncertainty? Professor Barman?
Next slide.
Please, next slide. So, production planning is one of the most attractive and essential issues in manufacturing systems. That is what we now will study about. Please, next slide. And production planning is determining the optimal production, inventory, and other essential production parameters dealing with demand uncertainty. Please, next slide. And it's surrounded by different sectors. Particularly, let me mention the human factor. It's human factors. Nowadays, diseases, which are also partially human supported. Diseases are not subject of a virus or bacteria. If we would help each other, the spread would diminish by 60–70%. So today we focus on the human factor, and one of the biggest expressions of uncertainty related to the human factor is the demand uncertainty. Please, next slide. And you see, here we are. And when we speak about production planning, it will particularly be about aggregate production planning. Here we deal with medium and long-term decision-making processes, and also conducts about management ideas, about how much we need of materials, and so on and so forth. And we try to solve it holistically. Holistically means we take into account the minimization of costs, we take into account the environment, and we are going for reliability. So we are going to have three goals: cost minimization, minimization of emissions, and thirdly, the maximization about reliability. Dear Professor Barman, next one. And it's embedded into a time scale. That means every kind of decision impacts on the near future, the medium, far future, and the long term. You see, first of all, we are making decisions that go very deep into the future. Long term. Mid-term is about not so far in the future. It's a bit more forecastable. And what we finally always need to do is short-term planning. That means everything which we have to do in a very narrow time scale. That means from today to tomorrow. It's also crisis management. Please, the next slide, Professor Barman. And here people worked on, scientists in all over the world studied on aggregate production planning. Just a few names are being mentioned here. And I'm sure your country is very important in that field. Please, the next slide. And here we are. Today, we develop a multi-objective, multi-integer linear programming. We are applying robust optimization, and we do a model validation. I remember in the works of Professor Roy, a lot of sensitivity study is done. This is all about to validate the goodness of our decision making. Please, the next slide. So here we are. I think here we are. Okay. We consider, no, please forward, not backward. Next slide. So, next slide, please. Okay. We consider, here we are. We have assumptions. I listened to a talk last night. It was from Mr. Heisenberg, one of our most important people from physics. And he got free through assumptions. Heisenberg assumed the energy conservation law. So assumptions can liberate. Without assumptions, no freedom to any insight. Now we have assumptions like, for example, the planning horizon is comprised of 4 seasons, so 4 time steps. The amount of demand in each period is defined in an uncertain symmetric interval. The cost parameters are definite and certain. Shortage is allowed and outsourcing is permitted. And at the end of our time period, the inventory is going down to 0. And manufacturing requires the production amount. So please, the next slide. And here we are. First of all, we take into account, we minimize the costs. Secondly, we are going to minimize pollution. And thirdly, we are going to maximize reliability. But we do it in an integrated way. That means we take these 3 goals into account together. And we do it in a robust way. Robust way means we take all possible uncertainty scenarios into account and go to a conservative solution. What we are going to discuss in short will be, we do that by taking ideal goals into account. That means we orient towards ideal solutions. Each of these goals will be confronted and targeted through our definition of what ideal goals are. Please, Professor Barman. Here we are. We minimize the total costs. So we have to define what are total costs. Of course, we can do that in a non-linear way. But today we do it in a linear manner. Non-linearity is according to the real life. But non-linearity is in a very big problem, also causing instability. So in our pioneering work, which we are doing now, we take all kinds of costs into account, like, for example, you can see it here. production costs, outsourcing costs, normal working costs, overtime costs, holding costs, etc. All of these costs. Dear friends, I'm not sure you heard about outsourcing costs. Outsourcing costs means your country, like every country now, we are suffering a crisis, but usually your country is booming. Booming means many of your companies are doing very well. If a company in India is doing very well, it can hardly satisfy the demand. If in a company in India, the demand cannot be satisfied, the demand can be outsourced. That means production can be outsourced to another company. This is outsourcing. Outsourcing means to benefit from the human labor that exists in other companies. This is outsourcing. Overtime means to not embark towards other companies, but to more intensively use the own labor power inside of the own company. So that's what we take into account. So we have a holistic view on the different cost sources, and we take them into account all together. Professor Barman, please. So this is what we do. In our second goal, we minimize pollution. We all know that to exclude the environment, to exclude the existence of pollution is very narrow-minded. That means our consumers will return to us. They will say, you don't mind the nature. You don't mind my health. So taking into account the pollution is also in the interest of the company itself. And in the third goal, we target reliability. How reliable is our production? How accurate do we produce? How accurately do we fulfill our demand targets? So that is meant when we are speaking about reliability. And many of you, since you are my scholars, know about the famous Kirchhoff's rule. By the way, Kirchhoff's rule also found very early by a mathematician, Carl Friedrich Gauss, one of the fathers of modern statistics, Gauss. He already, with a physics professor Weber, found the Kirchhoff's rule. It means nothing can get out of a vertex in a network, nothing can leave what not already went in. Kirchhoff's rule. Professor Roy, our professor from inventory management, you know, we need Kirchhoff's rule. We need equations about workforce balance. We need equations about hired workforce. All of these needs equations, and they also need bounds. We need it for our unemployed workforce. And this all needs to be expressed very well. And then we need to tell, because some of you are working in analysis. Some of you are working in algebra. We need us all. We need the mathematicians that work over the real numbers about continuous variables. And we need the mathematicians are being close to algebra about finite fields. So we need discrete variables as well. And that is all expressed here. Professor Barman, please, the next slide. Please, the next slide. Okay, so here, these are our constraints. Could we please switch to the next slide? Okay. So here we are, for example, inventory and shortage levels is also mentioned. It's indicated here. So you can also say, dear friends, some of you are working on dynamical systems, on control theory. We have to initialize our problem. We have to tell what are the initial conditions. So please, the next slide. Professor Barman? Could we please see the next slide? Professor Barman? Hello? Do you hear me?
Getting some problems, sir.
Yeah. Please, one moment. Yeah.
Sir, please, sir, wait. Krishnendu Borman problem. Who? Hello?
Yeah? Professor Barman?
Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, yes.
Hey, Ganesh?
Yes, yes, please. Barwan, there is some problem. Barwan has left out the meeting. Yes, yes. His network is very slow.
Krishnendu facing problem. Please, you show the paper. You present the paper. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Ganesh?
So,
yes, sir.
Professor Shankar, Professor Roy, could you please open the slides? Could you please open the slide? Professor Roy?
Sir, wait. Please wait, sir. There is some technical problem.
Yeah. Okay, please, dear friends, let me just speak from my heart. Okay, would you mind I just speak from my heart? Because
yes,
it's
sir.
difficult. I just speak from my heart, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Dear friends, you have seen there are slides and you can get the slides from me very easily. It's very easy. And actually, Professor Roy and Professor Parman got my slides already. And you can get more information about any research you would like to see, which I did with any of my scholars. Robustification means to train ourselves towards the future. If I say to us, we should be tender, we should be very soft, is it good or is it bad? It is very good, because we all should be very, very careful and very empathetic. But it's not the whole story. We should be robust towards what could come in the future. Sensitivity, empathetic is very important. But we need also to be hardworking, we need to be endurant, we need to turn it into not giving up. That means we have to be robustified, to take into account now what might happen and getting ready. That is the meaning of robustification in its deepest sense. And that is what we do. And that basically means that we have to define where do uncertainties come from. And in our talk, we basically say uncertainty comes from the demand uncertainty, which is very important. Please consider the present crisis. In our present crisis, we do not have taken into account that the demand breaks down. People don't go out for eating anymore into the restaurants. So there is a lack of demand. So we have a big uncertainty about that demand uncertainty. Dear friends, some of you asked me in the chat, what is the difference between outsourcing and overtime? Overtime means I ask, because of too high demand, I ask my production staff, work more. Come in the evenings. Come on Saturday, right? This is one chance. If people tell me, no, I don't come to you on Saturday. My family needs me. I have a small baby. My wife needs me at home. Then I have to ask another company. Maybe my brother is running another company in a neighboring city. Then I ask my brother, please help me. You don't have too much demand. Help me to satisfy my demand. And that means I need to outsource. I need to outsource my demand to another company. Okay, please, Professor Barman, please go down.
Okay, who is that? Suggest me.
Raghu, एगी जाओ. Wait करो, evaluate करो. Just next.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
आते एगी जाओ. Next.
Okay.
Please go ahead. Next.
This one.
Next. Okay, here we are. Stop. Dear friends, now this is now the way we address uncertainty. You know, uncertainty is parametric uncertainty. Parameters related to demand. And that means we need to tell what are the containers, in which sets, in which physical bodies does our uncertainty live. And the easiest set, the most simple set, is an interval. A one-dimensional interval is the easiest form. Many of you, since you are mathematicians, you know we can put uncertainty also into ellipsoids. You know from statistics, confidence ellipsoids. So these are more complicated bodies. The easiest bodies are here, our intervals. Next slide, please. And if the interval length is 0, then you have certainty. When our radius of the interval is 0, then you have certainty. That means you have a crisp model. We call it crisp. Otherwise, it's really a budget of uncertainty. You have a budget, not necessarily a big financial budget, but you have a budget of uncertainty, and you have to deal with this budget, right? Please, the next slide. So then we robustify our model. Robustify means you make it shake. Can you imagine? Our problem of decision is shaking. And it means we take into account all the shaky constraints. We take them into account all. Please, next slide. Professor Barman. So this means we step by step pop up the constraints. Do you know what it means to pop up? A point popped up. A point popped up. A point popped up. That means we blow uncertainty into our constraints. Next slide, please. And now we look at goal programming. You know what a goal is? A goal, you know, from cricket and from football, right? So we try to match our goals. Question is, what are our goals? Our goals are ideal goals. You know, in life, we have data. Data come from the past, right? Data are past data. But we can also take into account future data. You know what future data are? You know wishful thinking? Dear friends, you know wishful thinking? That means, what do I need? What do I go for? What do I desire in the future? And these are ideal goals. Please, Professor Barma, next slide. And see you here in the denominator, you have ideal goals. We have 3 objectives, 3 goals, and here we see our deviations in relation to the ideal goals. So that means we build up fractals where we confront deviations from the objective, with the ideal goals. And we do this for our 3 goals and build the sum. That means we compound our goals, and the goals are relative goals. Relative means the deviation in comparison to our ideal goals. Professor Parman? And now we have to tell what are our distributions, because uncertainty means distributions in terms of probability theory. Professor Parman? Here we have our goals. It's an example. Our 3 goals, and related we have our values. And here our costs. The costs, total cost, this is our emission, and this is our reliability. So these are our numerical values. Professor Parman, please. And now you see, these are our results. These are our results about the effects of uncertainty. Please, next slide. I will, Professor Parman, next slide. And these are our results. Here we are. Stop. Please stop. Please, next one. Next one, please. Professor Parman, please, next slide. Here, stop. No, one back. Please, one back, Professor Parman. Please go back. Please go back. Please go back. Not conclusion. Stop. So here, the first objective, overtime capacity. So these are our costs. And here, if you see the blue line, here our objective, our overtime goes up. Here we have more overtime, and it means when we allow more overtime, our costs go down. That means we can satisfy. It means we can satisfy our demand better. The more overtime, the better we satisfy the demand, the less costs we have. Because otherwise, we cannot use our resources. The resources remain unused. We are losing our customers. So overtime is very important. At the same time, when our uncertainty level increases, you see in red here, when our uncertainty level increases, our costs go up. That means we have a very complex world. High uncertainty, very complex world. We have to put a lot of costs in to satisfy our uncertain world. And likewise here, these are our emissions. When our overtime goes up, and when our uncertainty goes up, and when our overtime goes up, the costs go up. The more overtime, the more our emissions go up. We produce more, we have more overtime, we produce more. That means we produce more emissions. The more uncertainty we have, the more wrong action we have. Wrong action, trial and error, that goes into our environment. It means we have more pollution. And likewise, our last slide, it means the more overtime we have, the more blue overline we have, the more reliability we have. That means the more overtime we have, more people work on it. It becomes more reliable. More people involved, more reliability. And the red curve means that the more uncertainty we have, the less reliability we have. Is right? More uncertainty, less reliable. Please, next slide, Professor Parman. And now we finish. We studied robust multi-objective. We studied on weighted goal programming, and we took uncertainty into account, and we did it numerically by GAMS software. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first goal was about costs. The second about emissions. Third goal was about reliability. And this I explained to you. I try to explain to you how the increase of overtime and how increase of uncertainty leads to an increase or a diminishment of our goals. Please, Professor Parman. Okay, here we are. And in future, we will study heuristics and meta-heuristics. We can take into account gray systems and fuzzy logic. We take into account fuzzy programming and stochastic optimal control. I work on stochastic optimal control, and I believe that probability theory, which is very important in mathematics, also will help us a lot. Dear friends, please, next slide, Professor Parman. What we do in future, and we started, is to take into account more the human factor. Human factor means what are the skills of our workers? Skills, specific skills, common skills, and general skills. Because, dear professors, you are working in institutions of education, right? You work for education. The more educated, the more trained our graduates are, the better the production will be. Is it right? The better the portfolio of offers that young people bring into our companies will be. So we have to see which kind of education. Is it mathematics? Is it physics? Yes, they are. But of course, people need to read Shakespeare and Goethe. They need to read Tagore. They need to brighten their mind. It's not just about natural science. It's also about literature. It's about culture. It's about good manners. It's about social skills. It's about good expression. The better we are in English and in future in Hindi and in Chinese, the better we can write our papers so that everybody understands them. So these are all issues we need to take into account, and that requires best professors. We need best professors such as you in order to provide our companies with good labor, with qualified labor, with people who have a good heart to their colleagues, to their customers, to the young people, and to the elderly. And I'm very sorry that there were technical problems. By your help and by your kindness, we could overcome them. And I thank you very, very much. Thank you very much, dear friends.
Thank you, Professor Weber, for giving a very interesting and connecting very real life phenomena into one, and incorporating and solving it through a multi-objective, doing a reliability and outsourcing and all those things factors, looking into the uncertainty in the demand. It was a very interesting presentations. I really thank you for that. Is there any questions from the audience?
If our audience is a bit shy, if young people are a little shy, you can contact me easily, especially by Professor Roy and by any of the organizers. There is no problem. We can stay friends as much as possible.
Sir, question is one question. Only one question.
Okay,
actually,
please.
we have considered four seasons in four seasons have been considered in a year. On which basis this season has been considered? Is it clear?
Excuse me, can you please? The last sentence. Could you please
The one question is, sir, basically you considered four seasons in a year.
Yeah.
On which basis it has been considered? Four seasons.
Yeah, we have 4 seasons, but it could be extended. It was just an example. It can be anyone. One can do it on an annual basis. One can do it on a monthly basis. We can have several years and so on. So there are different ways to organize it. This is more a technical approach. We can go for very different organizations of time. Actually, dear friends, that's also meant by one of my remarks. We can also take into account that time is continuous. Then we are coming to what we call optimal control. Dynamical systems, optimal control. So there are different modeling ways, and the number 4 is just arbitrary. It's just in order to get settled, because if we leave everything open, if we don't commit us to an example character, then everything becomes a little meaningless and very unstable. But it's right, we can take any kind of number of periods. But of course, if we say we take into future 10 years of time into account, then we have to use very sophisticated stochastic methods. Then we take into account memory and inflation. Dear friends, the more we go into the future, the more we need to model financial processes and the inflation. We need inflation rate models. So this is all left for future studies.
Okay. Thank you.
I can also tell you, Professor.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Sir, what is the difference between outsourcing and shortage cost?
I can say it. So outsourcing is the following. If you are living in a time of a boom, in an economic boom in your country, that means your product is so fantastic, the whole world wants to buy your product, and you cannot even produce. You cannot even produce as much as the consumers need. Then you ask in your company, dear friends, can you work in the evenings? Can you work day and night? But maybe the trade unions don't allow. Or your workers say, no, I have to be at home. My family needs me. My wife, my children need me. So that means you cannot do it by overtime. Overtime means the people that you employ work longer. This is overtime. And outsourcing means you ask another company. That means, for example, if your brother has a similar company, similar products, so he can comfortably help you. And maybe your brother in his company has not so much demand by his consumers, customers. So you ask your brother, hey brother, don't leave me alone. Help me. The brother says, of course I help you. You're my brother. I never forgot it. I never leave you alone. Then the brother says, okay, I take over parts of your production plan and run it in my company. So from your perspective, you outsource your demand into another company. But maybe your brother says, sorry, I'm not well prepared. I have extra costs. Then you say to him, yes, I pay you little more. I need to pay you little more because of the convenience to you. I request from you an inconvenience and I will pay you little more. So that means outsourcing sometimes can be a little bit more costly. Right? It can be a little bit more costly. This is outsourcing.
Thank you, sir.
Please stop the audio, please.
I think if there's no more questions, you can thank Professor Weber.
And Professor Jaggi, some friends wrote me in the chat, they need to see my slides. I sent the slides to Professor Roy and Professor Barman also. So if you are friends with Professor Barman, Professor Roy, you can ask them as well.
Thank you, Professor Weber, for your nice talking. Thank you, Professor Weber. Thank you.
Professor Jaggi, you are an excellent and very kind chairperson. Thank you very much.
Can the organizer ask the other persons to mute their mic, please?
Please mute your audio, please.
I request the organizers to mute everybody, please. Otherwise, it's giving a disturbance to others.
Professor Jaggi, while we are waiting, maybe I can say, friends, we have conferences like Euro Conference next year and IFOS Conference. So if you are interested in these conferences, please come to our conference. Euro Conference in Athens, and IFOS Conference.
I've never been to Poland, but I think if I get an opportunity, I will definitely visit the Poland and definitely bother you for connecting you with you soon.
Thank you. Next year, Professor Jaggi, next year we have a conference on logistics. Next year, there is a conference here on logistics.
Logistics. Okay, I'll get back to you through email. I'll get the email from them and then I'll get back to you through mail. I would love to have connected with you and thankful to Professor Mandal for getting me an opportunity to have interacted with you. It's a nice meeting you through webinar.
Hello.
Thank you, VIdyasagar.
Jaya Kumar, please stop your audio.
Hello.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Weber, for your nice talk. And thank you, Professor Jaggi, for chairing the this session. Now we will start the invited lecture session 1. And this session will be chaired by Professor Weber. And the invited talk will be given by Professor Jaggi. He will talk about the role of mathematics in present global crisis, COVID-19. I have already introduced them, so I think no need to introduce them again. May I now request Professor Weber to start the session, please?
Yeah. So thank you very much, dear my head of the conference, my head of the ceremony, my landlord of ceremony, and I'm very happy that I have the big honor to introduce a very, very kind person. I would dare to call you a friend. After our experiences with modern technology, our relationship grew from being acquainted to each other, slightly acquainted, almost to a warm relation in this 1 hour of being together here. Professor Jaggi, you are professor at the Department of Operational Research at the University of Delhi. And I also have an honor to work with people in Delhi or New Delhi. So it's a big honor that you came all the way along the Ganges River into West Bengal to be with us online, of course, online. And Professor Jaggi, it's a pleasure to have a distinguished person of your caliber, of your intellectual and of your cordial capacity at our conference. And the subject of your talk is very exciting. And I think we are very, very excited as well and curious about what your message and your information will be. And please give a warm applause to Professor Jaggi.
Thank you.
Professor Jaggi.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Weber, for I don't have words to say that I got a wonderful friend through this webinar, international webinar. Meeting you and maybe through online, but it's a wonderful getting connected with you. Thank you so much. Now just go ahead with my presentation. Hello, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Excellent.
I'm just going to speak on the role of mathematics in the present global crisis. See, if you are hearing all these, even the Honorable Vice Chancellor and Professor Weber, they were talking about the mathematics should speak. We're just trying to work it out that how this mathematics should speak. So I'm just trying to work it out on the role of mathematics in the present global crisis. Now, currently we are facing the COVID-19. So these are just outlined why the maths is important, benefit and importance of mathematics, understanding the world through mathematics, and real life learning with mathematics. And this I'll be having two models. One I'm just going to speak on, analyzing the impact of lockdown in India using VAS model. I'll say what the VAS model does and that's sort of a case study on the initial stage of the COVID in India. And then I'll just have another model which also works, not really in the COVID presently, but it works in your anything that's a real life tragedy that happens, the cyclones and all those things. And there we talk about a relief chain model. That is how this mathematical model can be looked into for the food packet distributions, basically. Now, why the mathematics is important? Mathematics, if we say it is just the center of our culture and history, is often confused with the of philosophy. There is also mathematics in arts. Since Pythagoras, the most famous mathematician, discovered the numerical reason and musical harmony, the relationship between the mathematics and the art has been permanent. These aspects of mathematics make them a bridge between humanities and the natural sciences, between the two cultures. Maths helps us to have analytical thinking. Analytical thinking develops the ability to investigate and know the truth about the world around us. Mathematics develops the ability to think. Thanks to mathematics, we can explain how things works. Important, mathematics makes us smarter, can make money with math. Mathematics is essential in order not to lose money. Mathematics is essential in the world of constant change. Mathematics will be more represented in the future. Mathematics makes up a large part of our everyday life. Global connections, if we talk about, the use of mathematics to model situation or event in the world, explanation of how complexity and the interrelationship or situations or events in the world are reflected in the model. Data generated by the model to make and defend a decision and a decision or conclusion supported by mathematics within the context of a global community. Problem solving now. Now, the application of appropriate strategies to solve problems, the use of appropriate mathematical tools, procedures, and representations to solve the problem, the review and proof of correct and reasonable mathematical solution given the context. Communication, the development, explanation, and justification of mathematical argument, including concept and procedure use. Coherently and clear communication using correct mathematical language and visual representations. The expression of mathematical ideas using symbol and convention of mathematics. Now, it comes to real-life learning with mathematics. Analyzing the impact of lockdown in India. Now, the analysis of lockdown effect over Indian state with BAS model. Why we are looking into a BAS model? That we call it as the innovation diffusion model, a case study. Now, the BAS model is very useful tool for forecasting the adoptions. In marketing, we call it as a first purchase. Now, here we are looking into from the COVID point of view. That means that this COVID, how it was first person was affected, and then of the innovation that is more generally a new product. That means the first person who get affected with the COVID, accordingly, that we are trying to look into, for which no close competition or alternative exists in the marketplace. A key feature of this model is that it is embedded with the Pozhan process. That means infectious, spreadable, communicable process to characterize the spread of word of mouth between those who have adopted the innovation and those who have not yet adopted the innovation. That is basic reason behind the BAS model. That is the proposed model.
Professor Jaggi,
Yes, please.
Your slide is not maximalized. Your slide, could you please share it, reshare it? You were interrupted by somebody. Somebody interrupted you. Could you please share it again? Your slide.
Yeah.
Not your fault. You were interrupted by someone. That's why it left.
Is it visible now?
Now, perfect. Now it's good.
Okay. So this proposed model, as I said, that's used BAS diffusion model or a BAS model. This was developed by BAS, FM BAS in 1969 by American academic Frank BAS. In fact, the original 19th paper is one of the most cited paper in management science. The model categorizes the customers into two, innovators and imitators. The probability of adopting by those who have not yet adopted is a linear function of those who have previously adopted. That was the definition given by Professor Bass at that point of time. Now, with this vast more application, this explores the impact of innovators, those in the social system that are external influences, and imitator those internally influenced. Predict the diffusion of our innovation, that means allowing us to understand when to ramp up service provision capability or product supply line, basically. Now, get a more accurate sizing of adopters type, so we can distribute our marketing budgeting better. Because here we are just connecting these. This was basically a marketing model. Now we are trying to fit in this application into the COVID one. That is why what we are trying to, we try to use it and found out it is giving a better insight. Understand the best timing to launch the next generation innovation, evaluate the market value of a business, and impart from above all real applications is presented in the upcoming, now we will see. Now this is basically your VAS model, which is defined. The VAS model was first published in 1963. The model entitled as an imitation model provided a brief mathematical derivation of the model from the basic assumption about market size and the behavior of the innovator and imitator. The empirical evidence is provided in 1969 VAS paper, where rho is your coefficient innovation and the cumulative adopter function is your N capital T. Now the basic VAS model principle is like this. They say an adopter is a first time purchase of a product. Here we can say it is the first time those who got affected with the COVID, and the first time user of this innovation. The proportion of the potential market, that means overall we can see that how many people get affected. Accordingly we can say that adopt at time t, given that they have not yet adopted, is equal to a linear function of previous adoption at time. The t represents the time from the product launch and is assumed to be non-negative. The three VAS model parameters, coefficients that defined by the VAS model is a specifics are N is the potential market, the P is the coefficient innovation, and Q is the coefficient of imitation. Now these are the concepts. The FT is the proportion of M that adopts at time t. This is the cumulative one, the portion of M that have adopted by time t. That NT is the adopters or adoption at time t, and cumulative adopters at time t, the capital NT. The assumption and diffusion process is binary. Consumer either adopt or wait to adopt. Here we say either the person get affected by COVID or it is not. It's waiting, because that is happening all over the world basically. The fixed number of maximum potential buyers, that is larger population we are talking about. Eventually all the potential buyers would adopt the product. No repeat or replacement. That means repeat or replacement means if one is affected, it will be affected, he will not be getting affected again. That's the beauty of this model. And the replacement, it will not getting replaced. That is where it works with. Now these are the differential equations, that how we formulate it. P was the coefficient innovator and this is the coefficient of imitators. So solving this, we get this function, and the P is called the coefficient innovation and Q is called the coefficient of imitator. This is what is called. When the coefficient of imitator is greater than the coefficient innovation, this kind of a graph will be there, initially going and then coming down. And when the coefficient innovator is greater, then it is over a period of time. This goes like this. That is an unsuccessful product, we can say. Now, here the changing point refers to the change in rate of adoption and imitation affected by the change in promotional efforts. However, there is a lot of factors which can cause a change point, including increase in outlet, combos offered, etc. That is where we are looking into that if one gets affected, the other person is also likely to be affected in a family. And that way it goes, keep on spreading it. That way it goes. Now we are looked into VAS model from that perspective. The VAS model has the numerous extension and expansion. One such VAS model was modified with this. Earlier we are having a constant, now here we have a BT. BT again is a function that we are constantly, consequently the model changes the shape. Solving this equation, we get a different solution for this NT, which is a larger number. The concept of change point 2 in the VAS model presented by Kapoor et al. In their paper, and the model is explained by the change that given below with this BT. This was being referred by the Kapoor and in their paper in 2007, where tau is a change point, solving the above equation and modifying the, and then we get a different function or solution of NT, which is at time t. Now, problem definition, we say one of the most important aspects of this study is to accurately define the problem statement. It is of utmost importance to have a clear objective to achieve it and also to track the process. The study is trying to figure out the differences that increase, decrease, or no change in the rate of spread of COVID-19 in 10 Indian states, namely Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Delhi, Gujrat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, and Punjab, caused by the lockdown imposed by the government of India on 24th of March 2020. Now, the adopted VAS model with the change point was used for analysis, where the change point was considered to be the date of first lockdown, starting from 25th of March. The model was utilized to calculate LT, the number of infected people at time t. The standard assumption of this model is listed as the small people who were infected originally by means of international travel or similar or equivalent to innovators or the original VAS model was called they are equal to as the innovators. The people who came into contact and physically transmitted the virus was analogous to the imitators of the original model. A person once infected would be considered as infected. The model does not take into account the decrease or the recovered and only focuses on the confirmed cases. The change point is considered to be first lockdown, that is, I already mentioned the 25th of March. The entire population would eventually be affected by the virus. That's a well-known fact, and the people do talk about that. Somewhere or the other, it is going to touch each and everyone, and mainly they will be surviving because of the better immunity and now better medical facilities also available presently in India. Assuming that there was a different rate of infection before and after the lockdown was imposed. The tau denotes the lockdown date, and the rate of spread of infection can be defined as this. Assuming the lockdown causes a change in the rate of spread infection, let the same be defined as the following function now, BT. Now, using the VAS model expression like this, and the above equation, that is BT, if BT is the rate of spread of infection, I bar is the total population and IT is the number of infected people at time t, then only I bar minus IT people would get infected. Case 1, that pre-lockdown time when there was t is between 0 and tau, because tau we have taken after lockdown. Lockdown starts. And that is the function which we will be using it, that pre-lockdown. Solving this equation that we get IT as this. The IT is the total number of infected confirmed cases in the state by time t, and B1 dash is the rate of spread of infection before lockdown. Case 2, post-lockdown period, That means when t, small t, is greater than your tau, which was the cutoff date or the start of the lockdown. And then it gives the expression like this, assuming nt is equal to tau, then nt will, and solving the equation, the final expression changes to this now, where it is the total number of infected confirmed cases in the state by time t, and b2 is the rate of spread of infection after lockdown, and tau is your lockdown date itself. Now, as mentioned previously that we have assumed the infection rate as a logistic function, a key role in the interpretation of the entire result is understanding the following logistic function that was used in representation of the rate of spread. Now, limit analysis of the logistic function says at time 0, the value it is 0. And when t tends to infinity, then the value of it is I bar. That means larger population, or whichever the entire population means, the entire population would get infected by the virus. Now, then we are looking into the total variation and the sum of square root. We're trying to fit in looking into how this model performs better or not. That is the measures, that coefficient of determination, if we try to use it. Then we look into mean square error, the average relative predictive error, just try to find out then root mean square or predictive error. These are all performance measures. Now we look into the lockdown effects on the Indian states that we just mentioned. Now, it can be seen from the parameters estimated that the value of rate of spread after the lockdown has gone down from the previous value of 11.2, it goes to 6.6 for B. This translates to the fact that the Delhi successfully curbed the rate of spread because of immediate lockdown. That means model achieved the 99.7% value of R square, which signals a good fit of the model. And these are the measures which we try to look into. That is for the Delhi actual versus your predicted. As you can see, that is very close because they managed to control the spread in the lockdown, basically. Gujarat. Again, if you see the results, the Gujarat shows the rate of spread infection were lower as compared to the post-lockdown. However, the results recorded because of the first case in the Gujarat was recorded on 19th March, just 5 days before the lockdown, and hence already had a slow rate of spread. And there also you can see the model achieved the 99.8% level of R square, which again say it is a good fit, and then we try to look into all the different parameters, how they were fitted. Maharashtra, it is also a similar story. It is almost gone. The analysis, the rate showed that near perfect value of coefficient determination, maximum 1, with the matrices that trying to look into that particular period of time that Maharashtra did well. Eventually, after this study, the Maharashtra gone out of proportion, basically. Now, the newest Madhya Pradesh tells the story how the lockdown was ineffective in curbing the spread of the virus. But however, this may not be the true picture. The state, since the first recorded was a patient was on 20th March. The result of the analysis being biased, since not much time was allowed to accurate estimation of the rate of spread of the virus pre-lockdown. The high value of the coefficient determination was acceptable value, but the error of matrix shows that the model fits an average. Now you can see it was not that very good one there because of the lockdown was not there, or they were not able to capture what was required to be done in that Madhya Pradesh. The result in Tamil Nadu shows decrease in the rate of spread of the virus. Both parameters values have decreased after the lockdown. This means the intended function of the lockdown was achieved in that state. The high value of coefficient determination shows the good fit and the model, but the error matrix are relatively very high than the other states. If you see in this model, Rajasthan shows a slight decrease in the rate of transmission after the lockdown. Both the parameters have decreased in the post-lockdown period, meaning that lockdown was successful in curbing the spread of the virus in Rajasthan as well. The high value of coefficient determination and the acceptable value of error matrix showed that the model fits an average for the given data. Uttar Pradesh, even though the state of Uttar Pradesh has cases early in the country, the analysis showed that Uttar Pradesh had a slower rate of infection before lockdown. This showed that lockdown did not manage to work in a densely populated state of Uttar Pradesh. The value of coefficient determination is nearly perfect, one. It is interesting to note that ARPE for this state is lower than for the other states. That average relative predictive error is much less than the other states. West Bengal, the number of West Bengal says that lockdown was ineffective in curbing the spread of the virus, but however, this may not be the true picture for the state, since the first case recorded in West Bengal was on 17th of March. This might have a case of negligence of the state government part or authorities' inability to keep a track of the cases. The high value of coefficient determination and acceptable value of the error matrix show that model fit was average for the given data. Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh also did not have a very successful lockdown. According to the analysis, the parameter post-lockdown was greater than the parameters before lockdown. However, it could be because the spread of virus kept in the check by the government and pre-lockdown period had relatively very few infected to spread the virus, and analysis may or may not be a real picture in that state. The model over here has the lowest mean square error when compared with all the other states. Punjab. Punjab also showed a very successful lockdown. The rate of spread was reduced in a huge proportion in the state. There seems an impressive fall down in the rate of spread that translates that the lockdown was very effective in slowing the virus down. Even though the model is a high R square value, it is lower than that of other states in the study. It is also interesting to note that the average relative predictive error and mean square spreading error both were exceptionally high in this case. This could be explained by a low number of infections in that state. That is basically, we are just putting it a summary where the first lockdown was successful or not successful. Delhi it was successful, Maharashtra successful, Gujrat it was not, Tamil Nadu was successful, Punjab successful, Andhra, West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh was not, Rajasthan was good, and Madhya Pradesh was. This was the analysis. We tried to figure it out from the first lockdown in India. That was for more than a month. It was there that we did. Now, I'm just drifting now to another areas now. That is a real-life mathematical model for food packet distribution. Now, this model is presented to minimize the total cost incurred in the food packet distribution to a quarantine centers for the ultimate beneficiaries at the quarantine center, a proposed model. Because we have made the different quarantine centers, the people we are just, asking them to stay. Then how do we distribute them the food deliveries, the packets? How do they survive? This pictures is not actually related with your, I can say, with this COVID, but this is basically when the tornado comes or something like that, different earthquake comes and these kind of a situation occurs, then also this model is applicable. Now, we're just trying to look into supply chain model and relief chain model. Now, here demand is there, we need a supply. When in the other way, we demand it at different places, supply comes from the different sources, and that is. Now here we have a demand, that is, I can say the quarantine centers are there, there's some intermediate channel, and this is coming, supplies coming from a different sources, how we get into the distributor to these. Now, to optimize the cost of whole operation, that is managing inventory and distribution of food packet from the central distribution center to quarantine centers. The model determines the number of regional distribution centers and quarantine centers. However, in the study, every quarantine center is considered to distribute the food packet because of pandemic situation. Every quarantine center is unacceptable. We cannot escape though from any of this. Any distribution center will be, relief center will be there. Now, each distribution center distributes a single commodity, that is a single bundle commodity. That means in one bundle you have got everything. That is the same for all distribution centers, and food packet is a consumable and perishable such as food, milk, bread, that eatables are there for them. The central distribution center is assumed to be an initial distribution center for food packet distribution. The commodities shipment is considered from central distribution center to regional distribution center, and then from regional distribution center to quarantine center. Direct shipment is not possible from the origin. That means central distribution center to direct quarantine center, that is, this shipment is not possible. The fractional assignment is allowed, that is, each quarantine center's demand must be satisfied from any open distribution center. Each distribution center has enough storage capacity to fulfill the demand from the connected facility centers. Now, there is no lead time, and hence replenishment is, we are considering instantaneous. That means as and when it is required, those things are being made available to it. Now, for distribution process, the relief commodities, there is a need to consider a distribution center and quarantine center, and these facility centers have operational costs. Therefore, there is a fixed budget for the operational cost of the facility center. The maximum number of distribution center is fixed. Now here, these are the variables. 0-1 variables are being defined for regional. The DOI is 1 if the regional distribution center is operational, otherwise it is 0. If ROI, that means if the quarantine center is operational, otherwise it is 0. Then YO1 is 1 if RDC is assigned to central distribution center, 0 otherwise, and YIJ is 1 if quarantine center is assigned to the RDC, that means regional distribution center, otherwise it is 0. That means we are having a 0-1 variables here, and these are some of the variables, parameters we define. That means UI, the shipping cost of commodity from CDC to RDC, CIJ, shipping cost of the commodity from RDC to quarantine centers, I to J, and then C, the unit cost of the commodity, holding cost, central warehouse, holding a regional, and order size of different, that means wherever, that means from the central distribution center or regional relief centers or the relief commodity. This is order size of the relief commodity. And we also have a deterioration rate of the perishable commodity, because these are, we are considering all the food, and the food may get spoiled or get deteriorated, may not be eatable, may not be usable. So we just trying to put into, that means something should be added in that, and that we also adding some cost, disposable charges of deteriorated, because we are already having a hazardous situation where the COVID is there. So we are trying to dispose of these deteriorated units or the commodities in such a way so that it should not add a hazardous situation to the further commodity. That we need to look at. These are all operational costs of the regional distribution, then regional centers. These are all quarantine centers that we are trying to look into. These are all binary variables which we have already defined. They are coming here. And this is the situation. These are the quarantine centers. We may be having in every state you may have a center distribution center, then you have a regional distribution center, and then you have a quarantine centers that means having a located at different places in the states or the cities. Now, related to inventory relief change for the distribution food packet, the inventory is held at the central distribution center to distribute among the quarantine center. The distribution and relief commodity take place from the central distribution center to different quarantine center through some regional distribution center has been considered. This is the formulation of the model. Basically, we are trying to minimize the total cost. That means the cost associated with the distribution and the commodities, and cost to open the distribution and quarantine center, and the cost of inventory system. What is the inventory system? The inventory system costs are your ordering cost, your holding cost, your procurement cost, disposable cost of deteriorated inventory. That means whatever we have accumulated, we trying to figure it out. Now here, if you see, this is your operational cost. That means cost of distribution from where to where we are distributing. And this is opening up, when to open, how to open, that is there. And this is the inventory short. This is the cost of inventory system cost, which we are trying to look into. And this is the maximum number of RDC, this is the maximum number of quarantine centers, and demand and supply. That here we see that here, whatever the quantity we have, we just doing inspection at the central distribution center, and whatever the perfect quality items, these are behaving as a Q0 was total available, and that is 1 minus rho. That is, we are just looking into the deteriorated, segregating after inspection, and then we are trying to distribute it. I mean, the rest of the quantity is available for the distribution, for the regional distribution center, and eventually to the quarantine center. The supply, this is a constraint. Again, we are just trying to figure it out that how this quantity gets distributed. The order quantity from the RDC to quarantine centers. The operational budget, that is fixed, that is budget by the government. Then assignment from RDC to CDC, that is there, that is 0-1 variable, YOI is again a 0-1, that helps us how to locate it. Assignment of the RC, your regional center or quarantine center to RDC, that is there. There's no direct shipment. Every quarantine center has to be assigned to RDC. That means each quarantine center has to be connected with at least one of the regional distribution center, and these are positivity constraints, and we try to solve it for a smaller scale, and that is the shipment from RDC to quarantine centers that we are trying to look into. Then shipment charges are there, ordering costs, then quantity at the centers which we required, then demand which is available requirement. So these are the holding charges for TDC and RDC. And this is the input data, that is the variables we are trying to solve it. So Dmax, minimum 1, maximum 3, minimum 1, maximum 5. Then the operational cost, RDC, and operational cost for the others that will go on. That is the optimum result that shows that total cost, the holding cost, the disposable cost, and inventory carrying cost, the distribution centers. That means the relief commodities, CDC to RDC, this is the result, and for the distribution to relief commodity, RDC to quarantine center, that means how it is going to get all these regional centers to all the 5 quarantine centers. Thus, we try to do some sensitivity that how situation will behave if there is some changes in the parameters. Accordingly, we try to look at how our total cost, holding cost, and disposal cost, and the inventory holding, inventory system cost is going to behave. These are the deteriorating parameter, and this is the cost of disposal of this change that we're trying to look into. That's what I say. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
So thank you very, very, very much, dear Professor Jaggi, for this very beautiful and very powerful and very interesting talk. Dear friends, I imagine there are quite a number of questions, remarks, or suggestions to Professor Jaggi. May I please open the discussion? Any questions, please? Meanwhile, the friends are considering Professor Jaggi. Maybe I can briefly mention some small points. So I like your mathematical model very, very, very much. And I was reminded in mathematics, we have also so-called rumor propagation models, which can also be applied for bacteria conjugation. Maybe that could also be, because I have contact with these people and I work on it, maybe your study could be sent also to those people who are close to epidemiology, but they use models of epidemiology for purposes of information transfer. Maybe your study could be very inspiring for those people as well. And in reverse, parts of your model and rumor propagation and so on could also be used in future for modeling bacteria conjugation or virus reproduction. Such kind of ideas maybe also benefit from dynamical modeling such as you did.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to.
Dear friends, any more remarks or questions? For example, Professor Jaggi also mentioned about inventory management. So in supply chain and relief chain management, also naturally inventory management, where my friend Professor Roy is a leader, is also involved. So your study is a very rich model because it touches many needs of scientific research, Professor Jaggi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jaggi. Join room 2. Professor Christine, please join room 2. Sorry, sir.
Sorry, is there any question? Is there any question?
Hello?
Professor Christine,
hello, you have a question?
Professor Weber, I think there is no question at all. Thank you, Professor Jaggi, for your nice presentation on two models. One on supply chain model and another is the bus model. These are more realistic in the present situation, as well as it is totally fit on the title of the seminar. It is nice presentation. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Jaggi.
Thank you.
Thank you
So much. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Professor Weber. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Many thanks for Professor Jaggi for his fruitful and informative lecture. And first of all, Professor Weber, I am extremely sorry, but I passed to some critical technical fault. Once again,
it was not your mistake. It was not your mistake. Maybe it was my clumsiness, but at the end, it was not working anymore. But I must say, the big chance in life comes through crisis. If there is no crisis, there is no growth, not much growth. So I'm thankful to God, let's say, that we had this small crisis, because by this crisis, I could speak more cheerfully, more cordially, and I could receive your kind help.
Thank you, Professor Weber.
Thank you, Professor Weber.
Thank you.
Thank you
for your nice.
Thank you, Jaggi and Weber. Thank you, Professor Jaggi and Weber. We are going to start our technical session. Krishnendu?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Krishnendu.
Yes, sir.
Please, you supervise properly. You supervise properly.
Yes, sir.
The technical session.
So I think Professor Jaggi and Professor Weber, please leave this place or you join the another room also, no problem.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much, dear Professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, professors.
Bye.
Now we are ready to start the technical track 1 and session 1. Sir, I am not for this. Sir, hello, sir. Professor Jacob. Professor K. Jacob, are you present? Are you here? Professor Jacob, are you hearing me?
Krishnendu?
Yes, sir.
Please talk loudly. Please talk loudly. Please
Professor
talk
Jacob.
loudly.
Professor Jacob, please hear me. Professor Jacob.
Okay. I think Professor Jacob is not present. Professor Jacob? Professor Jacob is...
Professor Jacob?
Okay, leave this, please. Krishnendu?
Yes, sir. Sir.
Please.
Okay, you will start the...
Conduct.
Okay, sir. So can you host the technical...
So now we are... Please wait.
Yes, sir.
Please wait. All presenters are requested, which are in the main room. All are present. I think all are present. All are present here. All are present.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
sir. Paper code 51. Paper code 51. Which one? Paper code 51 to 57. Paper code.
Sir, paper.
Sir, paper code 42 to...
paper code 42 to 50.
Ball, please tell me, speak loudly.
Okay. Yes,
which are here? You are silent. How you conduct this session?
Gupkumar Mahapato.
Yes, sir.
Go and present.
Yes, sir.
All are presented. Please listen. Listen.
All of you
please listen. All are presented. I request. All are presented. Are requested to present your paper properly. Just give you objectives. Just you research objective mentioned. Okay. Please, there is no required to need introduction, etc.
May I start now, sir? May I start now, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, start. Just finish you within 5 minutes. Just finish within 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Myself, Rupal Mahabatra, a research scholar of VIDyasagar University under supervision of Professor Madhumangal Pal. The title of my presented paper is Generalized Nucleoscopic Planar Graph and its application. Today I shall discuss about introduction, some definition, generalized nucleoscopic graph, generalized nucleoscopic multigraph, generalized nucleoscopic planar graph, application of generalized nucleoscopic planar graph, and conclusion and some references. One of the best way to represent the relation among the objects and objects is graph. The object represent the vertices and the edges represent the linkage between the objects. So almost all the problems in the world can be designed by the graph theory. So graph theory is one of the most important research area. To avoid the congestion in the route of a city, it is planned to conduct a huge number of crossings. To find the important crossing, a value is assigned in each crossing depending on the crowdedness of the route. This concept already analyzed by Planar graph by Samudra and Pal. Akram extended the concept in the nucleoscopic environment. In this study, defined the generalized nucleoscopic planar graph. Few important properties have been proved and compared some results. We have applied this concept in city design in a small region of West Bengal, India. Jaggi first proposed the fuzzy set. Kalman was first introduced the fuzzy graph, and it is interpreted by Rosenfield. Bhumi first introduced the nucleoscopic graph in the idea of nucleoscopic set in 2016. A fuzzy graph, eta is equal to V sigma mu, where V is the non-empty vertices and sigma and V input functions. Thus that mu of xy less than is equal to infimum of sigma x and sigma y, where mu of xy is the edge membership value and the sigma x and sigma y are the vertices membership value of the vertices x and y. In this figure shown an example of fuzzy graph. In nucleoscopic graph, xy is equal to V sigma mu, where V is the non-empty vertices and sigma and mu input functions, such that mu of AB less than is equal to minimum of sigma t of A and sigma t of B, and mu of I of AB is greater than is equal to maximum of sigma I of A and sigma I of B. Mu of F of AB maximum of sigma f of A and sigma f of B, where mu of T of AB, mu of I of AB, and mu of F of AB represent the true membership value, indeterminate membership value, and positive membership value of the AB, and sigma T, sigma I, and sigma f of A represent the true membership value and indeterminate membership value and positive membership value of the vertex A respectively. In this figure shown an example of nucleoscopic graph. Now I introduced the generalized nucleoscopic graph. Xy is equal to V sigma mu is said to be generalized nucleoscopic graph, and there exists a function alpha, beta, gamma, such that mu of T of AB is equal to alpha of sigma T of A and sigma T of B. Mu of I of AB is equal to beta of sigma I of A and sigma I of B. Mu of F of AB is equal to gamma of sigma F of A and sigma F of B. For an example, we consider a graph where V is equal to PQRS and the alpha, beta, gamma are chosen as alpha is the average function and beta is the mode of different function and gamma is the maximum value of the n vertices. And also in this figure shown a generalized nucleoscopic graph. Now, generalized nucleoscopic multigraph. So xy is equal to V sigma mu be a generalized nucleoscopic graph and alpha, beta, gamma function as follows that the alpha sigma T of A and sigma T of B is equal to mu T of AB I, and same for the beta function and gamma function, and I is equal to 1 to m, and m is the number of multi-edges between the vertices A and B, then the xy is called the generalized nucleoscopic multigraph. Also in this figure shown the generalized example of generalized nucleoscopic multigraph. Now generalized nucleoscopic planar graph. Alpha xy is the generalized nucleoscopic graph and alpha, beta, gamma with its function such that mu of T of AB is equal to alpha of sigma T of A and alpha mu of I of AB is equal to beta of sigma I of A and sigma I of B. Mu of F of AB is equal to gamma of sigma F of A and sigma F of B. In this case, the generalized nucleoscopic graph there is a function which is define the relation between the edge and vertex membership value. Hence, the effectiveness of the edge depend on the nature of this function. For the simplification, edge membership value are directly used for the score of intersection value, and the score of intersection value is denoted by OT, OI, OF, and which is calculated by this formula. And if the graph contains n number of intersecting points and the intersecting score of intersecting values are O1, O2, and On, then the degree of planarity is denoted by PT, PI, PF, where PT, PI, PF is calculated by this formula, and the score of planarity value is denoted by P, which is calculated by 2 plus PT minus PI minus PF divided by 3. A simple algorithm has been shown how to calculate the score of planarity value of a generalized nucleoscopic graph. For an example, to consider a generalized nucleoscopic graph where two intersecting points, 1 and O2. This table shown the score of intersecting values at the point 1 and O2, and the degree of planarity value of this graph is 0.58, 0.25, and 0.5, and the score of planarity value of this graph is 0.61. Some important theorem about the generalized nucleoscopic graph have been shown here. For the application here, we consider a network of a few important.
Please conclude.
Yes.
Please conclude.
Yes, sir. This table shown the vertex membership value. This table shown the edge membership value. This is the nucleoscopic graph of the collected network at HON'BLE. and the planetary value of this network is 0.534. The score of planetary value, according to our studies, if the planetary value is low, indicates the city needs more remodel to avoid the highly intersecting routes. So the score of planetary value in this city is 0.534. So in this city needs some changes in highly intersecting routes, and this study developed the advanced area of necroscopic graph, and this the score of planetary value is to measure the planetary value, and some related properties are investigated. In some small application is demonstrated. We have applied this concept for the city design in the place of West Bengal. And these are the references followed during this work. Thank you.
কথা বেড়ায়নি। ঠিক আছে, ঠিক আছে, দেখছি।
Any question from the audience?
No question, I think no question. Next one, please call out. Next one.
Now may I request
to call out next one.
Now may I request to Sanchari Vera, please present your paper.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just wait. Please, just wait. Just wait.
Okay, sir.
Just wait. I request Professor Mohiuddin Chisti, K. Jacob. K. Jacob is present here. K. Jacob. K. Jacob is present here. Hello? Christy, are you present? Christy, are you present? Christy, are you present? No, I think. Okay, you start.
Okay, sir.
And finish within 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sanchari Vera. Today, I am going to talk about our recent work under the supervision of Professor Dr. Madhumangal, entitled as a novel concept on empolar interval-valued fuzzy graph with different properties. The outlines of my work is like that. Before introduce empolar interval-valued fuzzy graph, we will recall some basic definitions. That is empolar fuzzy graph. Empolar fuzzy graph is an empolar fuzzy set in V, and B is an empolar fuzzy set in V square, where membership value of the edges xy less equals to minimum of membership value of the vertices x and y for each pole I, and for all xy belongs to V cross B. This is an example. Next, interval-valued fuzzy graph. An interval-valued fuzzy graph means the membership value of the vertices, all the vertices and all the edges are in the form of an interval. That means lower membership value of the edges xy less equals to minimum of lower membership value of the vertices x and y. Similarly, for upper membership value for all xy belongs to E. This is an example. Now, literature survey. I skip literature survey for sufficient of time. Okay, sir. No work has been done previously on empolar interval-valued fuzzy graph. Thus, we have introduced empolar interval-valued fuzzy graph. It combines empolar fuzzy graph and interval-valued fuzzy graph. Now, what is empolar interval-valued fuzzy graph? An empolar interval-valued fuzzy graph consists of a non-empty set V together with a pair of interval-valued function A, which is an empolar fuzzy set in V, and B is an empolar fuzzy set in V square, where every membership value of the vertices is in the form of an interval and also in the form of an interval. And a lower membership value of the edges xy less equals to lower membership value of the vertices similarly for upper membership value for all xy belongs to E. There is an example. Now, complete empolar interval-valued fuzzy graph. An empolar interval-valued fuzzy graph is said to be complete if minimum of lower membership value of the vertices x and y equals to lower membership value of the edges xy. Similarly, for upper membership value for every pair of vertices. There is an example. Next, non-controller interval-valued fuzzy graph. If lower membership value of the edges xy equals to minimum of lower membership value of the vertices x and y. Similarly, for upper membership value for all the edges xy belongs to E, and for each pole I equals to 1 to dot dot m. This is called empolar interval-valued fuzzy graph. Then complement of an empolar interval-valued fuzzy graph G bar for the graph G. If the condition satisfies that lower membership value of the edges xy for G bar equals to minimum of lower membership value of the vertices x and y minus lower membership value of the edges xy. Similarly, for upper membership value for every xy belongs to V. Here is an example. There is another example where we can show For I equals to true, lower membership value of the edges xy equals to 0.19, and for upper membership value, this is 0.0. That means it cannot form in an interval. Thus, we cannot construct this type of M-polar interval valued fuzzy graph. Thus, we have modified our previous definition. Next, classic M-polar interval valued fuzzy graph. An M-polar interval valued fuzzy graph is said to be classic if all its M-pole of all its edges satisfy the condition minimum of lower membership value of the vertices x and y minus lower membership value of the edges xy less equals to minimum of upper membership value of the vertices x and y minus upper membership value of the edges xy for each pole and for every xy belongs to V. If the above condition satisfied, then any edge xy is said to be perfect, otherwise it is said to be imperfect. A proposition, all the edges of an M-polar interval valued fuzzy graph are perfect if and only if it is classic. Next, some different properties. Homomorphism. A homomorphism phi from G1 to G2 is a mapping where the following conditions satisfy: lower membership value of the vertex x less equals to lower membership value of phi x. Similarly, for upper membership value and lower membership value of the edges xy less equals to lower membership value of phi x and phi y. Similarly, for upper membership value for all xy belongs to E1, and for each pole I equals to 1 to dot dot m. Here is an example. Next, isomorphism phi is a bijective mapping from V1 to V2. Satisfy the following condition: lower membership value of the vertex x equals to lower membership value of phi x. Similarly, for upper membership value and lower membership value of the edges xy equals to lower membership value of phi x, phi y. Similarly, for upper membership value for all xy belongs to E1. This is an example. Next, self-complementary and M-polar interval valued fuzzy graph G is said to be self-complementary if G is isomorphic to G bar. There is a proposition that if G be complete M-polar interval valued fuzzy graph, then G is self-complementary. There are some theorem. Next, and note G1 and G2 be two strong M-polar interval valued fuzzy graph, then G1 is isomorphic to G2 if and only if G1 bar is isomorphic to G2 bar. Weak isomorphism phi G1 to G2 is a bijective mapping if the following conditions satisfy. That means phi is a homomorphism and the weight of the nodes of the intervals are preserved, but the weight of the edges are not necessarily preserved. Co-weak isomorphism is the reverse of weak isomorphism. That means phi is a bijective mapping where phi is homomorphism and weight of the edges are necessarily preserved, but not for the vertices. There is an example. Next, application. Fuzzy graphs have many applications for problems concerning group structure, decision-making problems, medical diagnosis, pattern recognition, robotics, etc. Here we have considered an example of singing competition where a set of 5 candidates and J be the set of 4 judges. They have to select a candidate for the winning trophy. By default, we consider all the judges have sufficient knowledge in classical music. For each candidate, a judge from J can give marks in the form of an interval by table 5. Assuming table 5, we can construct this type of graph. The judges give marks to the singers by the following table number 6. From table number 6, each pair of judges give rank to all the candidates by the table number 7. Depending on the performance of the competition, the score of the 5 candidates are calculated by table number 8. By table number 8, we can conclude due to exclusion and so on. Moreover, M-polar fuzzy graph has application in different types of areas: computer science, neural intelligence, and so on. Conclusion and future research. Interval valued fuzzy graph is a generalization of fuzzy graph. M-polar fuzzy graph has generalization of bipolar fuzzy graph. Thus, we introduced M-polar interval valued fuzzy graph. We state here different types of properties and definitions of M-polar interval valued fuzzy graph. In future, we shall investigate other results on M-polar interval valued fuzzy graph and extend them to solve various decision-making problems under fuzzy environment. These are references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any question from the audience and participants? Okay. Now may I request to Rabiul Islam? Please present your paper. Now may I request Rabiul Islam, please present your paper. Rabiul, can you hear me?
Rabiul.
Yes, sir. Okay, please start.
Just 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. The objective your work.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mr. Rabiul Islam, doing PhD under the supervision of Professor Mudungal in the Department of Applied Mathematics, Sociology and Computer Programming, Bhattacharya University. The title of my presentation is the study on geographic basis on fuzzy graph. The outlines of my presentation. Introduction. Graph theory deals with relationship among objects under consideration. To handle problem with uncertainty, it is always It is always better to use fuzzy model which enables one to derive satisfactory solution incorporating the fuzziness of the system. Topological indices are molecular descriptors widely used in areas like mathematical chemistry, molecular topology, chemical graph theory, etc. Such numerical parameters are representatives of molecular compound that characterize the topology of the corresponding molecular graph. Molecular properties are correlated with the chemical structure of the compound. The molecular practices and are representatives of atom and bond respectively. In organic chemistry, topological indices have been found to be useful in chemical documentation, isomer discrimination, structure property relationship, structure activity relationships, and pharmaceutical drug design. Topological indices has a vital role in application related to fuzzy graphs also. Diagram index is degree-based topological index introduced by Gujrat and Transic in 1972 and is used to calculate high-level conjugate system. Those indices reflect the extent of branching within the molecular carbon atom skeleton, which allows them to be viewed as a molecular structural descriptor. Goodman and Goodman describe these with minimal fast diagram index among with a fixed number of pendant vertices. Lim characterize the trees with a fixed number of vertices of degree 2 that maximize and minimize the fast diagram index. Bhattacharya characterize the trees that maximize and minimize the first and second diagram indices among the trees with a given number of segments or given number of branching vertices. They and Paul studied diagram indices of some graph operation. Only then Paul studied some neighborhood degree-based topological indices. Gerhard-Wilhelm introduced some topological indices, including diagram indices of fuzzy graph. We define some definition like as fuzzy graph, strength of a path, strength of connectedness between two pieces in a fuzzy graph. Now we have the fast diagram index. In 1972, Goodman and Transic defined fast diagram index is summation of this curve because summation runs for all vertices. And for fuzzy graph, we define summation of square of psi VDV, but summation runs for all vertices. The bounds on fast diagram index of some fuzzy graph. Yes, sir. For second diagram index, we define psi V du dv, and so results are given here. We present an application of fast diagram indices in decision-making problem. To conclusion, topological indices has an important role in spectrograph theory, chemical graph theory, biochemistry, etc. In this presentation, we discussed topological indices for fuzzy graph. We provide some upper bounds of such topological indices for path, cycle, star, isomorphic graph, etc. An application of fast diagram indices is presented here. Also, there are many problems related to diagram indices of fuzzy graph, which are answered till now. Some of the problems are that first to find the maximal and minimal fuzzy graph with respect to the diagram indices for given number of vertex set with vertex membership is fixed. Second one, find the maximal and minimal trees with respect to the diagram indices among the all n vertex trees with vertex membership is fixed. These are the references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next one. Thank you. Next.
Next. May I request to...
Okay. Krishnendu. Hello, Krishnendu.
May I request Somnath?
Hello, Krishnendu.
Yes, sir.
Krishnendu.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please wait. Please wait. Actually, we have Professor Nita Shah.
Yes.
Nita Shah, madam, is present here. I think I request madam to take chair. Madam, Nita Shah. Madam.
Yeah.
Madam.
Good morning. Hello, sir. I'm here.
Okay. Madam, good afternoon. I request you to take chair in this session. Madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I will.
Okay.
It's my pleasure.
Okay. Krishnendu?
Yes, sir. As I introduce madam. Okay, sir. I understand.
Madam, taking. Okay. No required at this moment. Please continue.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, please continue. Speaker, please continue.
Speaker.
Call out, Krishnendu. Next one,
yes,
call out.
May I request?
5 minutes only.
Third, please, Somnath Paul. Please present your paper. Somnath Paul. Can you hear me? Next, Soumitra Pauli.
Yes, sir.
Please present your.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Start. Sumitra, start.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself is Soumitra Boule, and I am a research scholar of VIDYASAGAR University under the guidance of Dr. Ganesh Goy. My topic is analysis of erratic index and bipolar fuzzy graphs. These are the outlines. Introduction. Graph theory deals with relationship among object under consideration. In 1965, Jaggi first introduced fuzzy sets. After that, 1975, Rosenfeld introduced fuzzy graph. But sometimes human decision makes on double-sided thinking, positive and negative. Then Zhang introduced the concept of bipolar fuzzy set. Then many work have been done on bipolar fuzzy graph and fuzzy graph. In 1975, M. Randick initiated the idea of Randick index in molecular graph. After that, Palarian et al. Introduced various topological indices of fuzzy graph. Many operations have been done on fuzzy graph. The organization of this work organized as follows. The Randick index of the bipolar fuzzy graph is introduced with its properties. The effect of Randick index for edges and vertex digital bipolar fuzzy subgraph are described with examples. Some boundless and isomorphic properties of Randick index in bipolar fuzzy graph are also given. The behavior of Randick index in regular bipolar fuzzy graph cycles are established. The other introduction.
Sumitra, please share your slides are not visible. Sumitra, slides are not visible.
Now, okay?
Yeah, it is okay. Go ahead.
Randick index of a bipolar fuzzy graph. In a bipolar fuzzy graph, Randick index gives an intuition about the communication ability of vertices. Here we define Randick index of bipolar fuzzy graphs. The Randick index of bipolar fuzzy G is equal to VFG is denoted by RIBFG, and it is defined as RIBFG is equal to RIPVFG, RINVFG, positive component, negative component. RIPVFG is equal to summation I naught is equal to J, mu PAAI, mu PAAJ, DPI, DPAJ whole to the power minus half, and RINVFG is equal to summation I naught is equal to J, AIJ belongs to E, mu PAI, mu PAAJ, DNAI, DNAJ whole to the power minus half, where D, P, and D and denote the respectively positive and negative part of degrees of vertices in a bipolar fuzzy graph. This is an example for the bipolar fuzzy graph of figure 1. The Randick index positive part is RIPVFG is equal to 177.68 and RINVFG is equal to 155. So RIVFG is equal to this. If a vertex or an edge is deleted from a bipolar fuzzy graph, then its effects of Randick index is given in the next theorem. Next theorem, then G dash is a bipolar fuzzy subgraph of a bipolar fuzzy graph G. Then RIPVFG greater than RIPVG G dash and RINVFG greater than is equal to RINVFG dash. This is an example of a bipolar fuzzy subgraph of a bipolar fuzzy graph G of figure 1. And in this case, RIPVFG dash is equal to 154.561 and RINVFG dash is 157.491. So RIPVFG greater than RIPVFG dash and RINVFG greater than RINVFG dash. The upper and lower bounds of a reduction bipolar fuzzy graph are described in the next theorems. RIPVFG greater than is equal to M by N minus 1 and RINVFG greater than is equal to M by N minus 1, where N is equal to order of P and M is equal to order of E. For the bipolar fuzzy graph G of figure 1, N is equal to 6 and M is equal to order of E is equal to 11. So M by N minus is equal to 2.2. So RIVFG PVFG greater than M by N minus 1 and RINVFG greater than M by N minus 1.
There is a theorem for a strong bipolar fuzzy graph. If the membership of the membership value of the same, that is constant, and order of p is equal to n, then RIPBFG lesser or equal to n by 2 v1 square, and RINBFG lesser or equal to n by 2 v2 square. Where v and v2 are the membership value of all the vertices. If two bipolar fuzzy graph are isomorphic to each other, then their randic indices are same. So we have the proposition: if two bipolar fuzzy G and G dash isomorphic to each other, then RIBFG is equal to RIBFG dash. There is an example: two bipolar fuzzy graph G and G dash are isomorphic to each other, and their randic indices are same. Let G be a bipolar regular and total regular bipolar fuzzy graph. There is an edge between every pair of vertices. Then RIBFG is equal to n into n minus 1 by 2 into 1 by v1 r1, 1 by v2 r2. Where r1, r2 are the degree of the vertices, and v1, v2 are the membership value of all the vertices. There is a corollary: G be a regular and totally irregular complete bipolar fuzzy graph such that order v is equal to n. Then RIBFG is equal to n by 2 v1 square, n by 2 v2 square. Bipolar fuzzy graph membership value of all the vertices are same, edges are same. So A is constant, and also G is a complete bipolar fuzzy graph, and degree of all the vertices are same. So G is total regular bipolar fuzzy graph. So RIPBFG is equal to n by 2 v1 square is equal to 15.65, and RINBFG is equal to n by 2 v2 square is equal to 27.778. So RIBFG is equal to this. There is a corollary: if G is regular and total regular bipolar fuzzy graph such that G star is a cycle, order of v is equal to n, then RIBFG is equal to 2 into v1 e1 to the power of n whole to the power minus 1, and 2 into v1 e2 v2 e2 into n whole to the power minus 1. This is a conclusion. In this article, we have introduced bipolar randic index of bipolar fuzzy graph and bipolar fuzzy subgraph with their properties. The boundaries of randic index of bipolar fuzzy graph shown with the example. The characteristic and formulas of randic index have been discussed in regular bipolar fuzzy graph and cycles. These are the references. Thank you.
Okay. Next. You can close your presentation. I have one question. What is the use of fuzziness in graph? Where you can use?
In social networking system, in the social groups for some friend or for education system, this system bipolar fuzzy graph can be used. Communication.
Okay. Next, sir. Next.
May I request to Sinanda Rao, please present your paper. Sinanda, please present your paper. Sinanda, can you hear me? Sinanda. May I request to Tanmay Mahapatra? Okay, Sinanda. Sinanda, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, he is. Yes, Rinanda, your time starts now.
Sunanda, are you facing any problem? Sunanda?
Yes, now it is visible. Please start. Srinanda, please start.
Sunanda, I think you facing problem. Okay, call out next.
Okay. Sunanda. Sunanda, we will try later. Okay. Can you listen?
Sunanda facing problem.
Yes, sir. Audio is off, so he is not able to understand. Audio is off.
Please call out next, Sunanda. You will present another time.
Okay, may I request Tanmoy Mahapatra, please present your paper. Tanmoy Mahapatra, please present your paper. Yeah, Tanmoy Mahapatra, please present your paper.
Yes.
Srinanda, please stop now. We will try later.
Hello. Hello, Srinanda.
Srinanda, can you?
Srinanda, please, please, you left out now. Please, you left. Please, you left at this moment.
Please.
Krishnandu.
Yes, sir.
Krishnandu, you call out next one.
Yes, sir. May I request
Krishnandu, you call out next one.
Tanmoy, can you hear me? Okay. Now may I request Uttam Mandal, please present your work.
Yes, sir.
Uttam Mandal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Start your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Start your presentation, please.
Yes, sir. Is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Please carry on.
Please carry on.
Yes. Good afternoon. My presentation topic is bipolar antisonistic fuzzy short graphs with application. I am working under the supervision of Professor Madhumangal Pal, Department of Applied Mathematics with Oceanology and Computer Programming, VIDYASAGAR University. These are the outlines of my paper. Introduction. The concept of fuzzy graph first introduced to Rosenfeld in 1975. After that, Moderson and Peng initiated various notions on fuzzy graphs. Subset theory is a generalization of fuzzy subset theory, and that was proposed by Morozov in 1999 to deal with the uncertainty in a parametric manner. In 1998, Professor Zhang introduced bipolar fuzzy set. Recent Aslam and Abdullah Nachabi gave bipolar fuzzy subset. After that, Jana and Professor Pal introduced bipolar antisonistic fuzzy subset. Based on the basic concept of antisonistic fuzzy graph, bipolar fuzzy graphs, and fuzzy subset theory, we developed a bipolar antisonistic fuzzy subgraph, and concept of this graph is applied to a real-life application related to social group. This is preliminary. In this paper,
Uttam, please share your slides. Slides are not visible.
Not visible?
No.
No.
Yes, ma'am. Visible, ma'am?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. In this paper, we use some basic concept like fuzzy set, fuzzy graph, intuitionistic fuzzy set, intuitionistic fuzzy graph subset, and bipolar fuzzy set. Intuitionistic fuzzy set, intuitionistic fuzzy subset. We discuss here bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy and intuitionistic fuzzy subsets. Bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy set A tilde on X is defined by the following way, where mu p t, mu n t, gamma p t, gamma n t are respectively present the positive membership value, negative membership value, positive non-membership value, negative non-membership value, and 0 less equal to mu p t plus gamma p t less equal to 1, and minus 1 less equal to mu n t plus gamma n t is equal to 0. A pair phi A tilde is called bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy subset over X is defined by the following way, where phi is a mapping from A tilde to B I f x, that is bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy power set of X, and A tilde subset Q is a parameter set
And in this section, we discuss bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy soft graph and soft subgraph and strong bipolar intuitionistic soft graph. And now let us define the definition. Consider gamma star equal to B dash E dash as a crisp graph. A bipolar intuitionistic graph is an order 4 tuple gamma tilde equal to gamma star phi psi A dash, where A dash is a non-empty set of parameters. Phi A dash is the bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy subset over B dash. Psi A dash is a bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy subset over E dash, and phi E psi is a bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy graph for all E belongs to E dash. Here the positive edge membership value is less or equal to the minimum of the vertices positive membership value, and the negative edge membership value is greater or equal to the maximum of the vertices negative membership value, and similar in non-membership values. Now the edge membership value 0 means that it does not lie in this graph. Here high A dash and psi A dash are the bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy soft vertex and soft edge set. Here mu p phi t and mu p psi tu represent the degree of positive membership of the vertex t and tu respectively corresponding to the parameter e, and other notation are defined by following. We denote m equal to phi psi a bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy graph, and gamma tilde equal to gamma star phi psi A dash a bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy soft graph. Now consider an example as follows. We take vertex set, edge set, and parameter set, and the vertex membership value are defined by the following with respect to parameter e1 and e2, and similarly define edge membership value. Clearly, me1 and me2 are bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy graph with respect to parameter e1 and e2 as shown in figure 1. Now, gamma tilde is a bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy soft subgraph of gamma 2 tilde if A subset A dash subset B dash, and me1 is a bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy graph of me2 for E or all E dash belongs to A dash. This is figure 1, and this is an example of subgraph and with a figure 2, and this is a theorem of on this soft subgraph and the definition of strong bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy subgraph with this is a strong bipolar intuitionistic subgraph with respect to parameter e1 and e2. Then operation of bipolar intuitionistic subgraph, and in this section we discuss 3 operations including Cartesian product, strong product, and composition on bipolar intuitionistic and some properties. We consider 2 bipolar intuitionistic fuzzy subgraphs gamma 1 tilde and gamma 2 tilde of simple graphs gamma 1 star and gamma 2 star respectively. The Cartesian product is denoted by gamma 1 star cross gamma 2 star equal to gamma star phi psi A dash cross B dash. It is defined by mu p phi 1 e1 cross mu p phi 2 e2 x1 x2 is vertex membership value of Cartesian product, where the pair x1 x2 indicates the vertex of the Cartesian product is equal to the minimum of the membership value of the vertices x1 and x2. Similarly, we define the non-membership value. Again, mu p psi e1 and cross mu p psi to e2 x x2 xy2 is an edge membership value of the Cartesian product, and x x2 xy2 represent the edge of the Cartesian product is equal to the minimum of a vertex membership value and edge membership value. In a similar way, we define all the edge membership and non-membership values of a Cartesian product, and the other properties are defined by the and the other operations are defined by the following way. Now we go to the application section. Now we go to the application section. Consider the social group in which all persons cannot be members anytime ever. If it is seen that the activity of any member against the group, then any person can be removed from the group at any time. Yes, sir. Now, on the other hand, if anybody feels that the group is appropriate, not him, he can immediately leave the group by his choice. Although here, if the removal or agenda of any person from the group, there will be some effect in the person's powers and influence of the member. Every vertex of a present every vertex has 4 values. The first value represents the positive power of the person in the group, which means how much power he possesses to control the group, and the negative power which arises in the time when anyone in the group is against him. It's represented with the second value, and the third value, fourth value, which indicate the positive and negative powers of the person in the group when anyone becomes non-member of the group. Every directed edge of a graph have 4 values when the first person is a member of the group, and the first and second values represent the positive and negative influence by the first person on the person. The second person is a member of the group. The third and fourth values represent the positive and negative influence by the first person on the second person. We can find out the most influenced person in the social group with respect to the different attributes of person, including cooperative, conflict, performance, and different activities. So we take a group as Ranjit, Paul, Manik, Tapas, and Sabi with a suitable attribute set Statistical equal to cooperation to conflict, and find out the most influenced person by the following way. And we find out the most influential person. Here, the most influential person is Manik, and the second most is Paul.
and thirdmost is Tapos, and this is the conclusion. A specific type of soft graphs have been introduced and discussed here, and generalizing the basic concept of intuitionist fuzzy graph, best bipolar fuzzy graph, and fuzzy subset theory. We define new type of fuzzy graph, and the concept of this graph is applied on real application related to the social graph. These are the some papers which are used to prepare this work, and thank you.
Good work, Uttam, but do concentrate on applications of your paper.
Application, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, one application you have shown, and extend it for others also. Don't stick to only social media. Okay. Okay. You can stop.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
May I request to Author Onju Kumar?
Hello, madam. Hello, presenting now. Hello.
Yeah, you can stop.
Sir, Tanmay, can you listen me? Tanmay? Yeah. Start your presentation.
Present now.
Yeah. Start. And complete 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes. Please present now, please.
Okay, sir.
Tanmay, please present your paper.
Egypt, sir.
No.
Hello.
No. Please go present now.
Sir, this is Somnath Pal, sir. I tried to present, but somehow is misinterpreted.
Sir, myself, Tanmay Mahatro.
Okay. Tanmay, please complete your presentation within 5 minutes.
Isnendu, sir, shall I present?
Yeah. Okay.
Start.
Carry on.
Myself, presentation is like this.
Your voice is not audible. Hello. Your voice is very poor.
Introduction. Yes. So that Haji said Haji 1960. Haji later on into Haji content into next mapping game is an employer is a mapping B to B is
Tanmay, your voice is not clear. I'm not able to hear you. Tanmay, I'm not able to hear you.
Tanmay. Hello, Tanmay.
B to D.
Tanmay, you are not visible and audible clearly. Hello, Tanmay. Tanmay. Hello. Tanmay, are you listening? Hello, Tanmay. I think recently next one.
Ma'am, may I allow? This is Somnath Pal. I tried to start, but
that is
surrendered.
Yeah. We can.
Can I start, ma'am?
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
You have
yes,
5 minutes, huh?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Hello, this is Dr. Somnath Pal from the Tezpur University. The title of my talk is Distance Laplacian Spectra of Graph Obtained by Generalization of Joint Lexicographic Product. We will consider only simple graph and distance metrics. So distance between two vertices U and V is basically the length of the shortest path between them in the graph. The distance matrix is determined by the graph, and it is if the graph is of order n, then it is an n by n square matrix with the u with entry is equal to the distance between the u and v. The transmission of a vertex is equal to the sum of all distances from the vertex v to all other vertices of the graph. And if we consider 3R of G, that is a diagonal matrix with I diagonal entry is equal to the trace of the ith vertex. So Auchichi and Hansen they introduced this distance Laplacian matrix, which is difference of this trace matrix minus this distance matrix. And it is a positive semi-definite matrix, so all the eigenvalues are non-negative real numbers, so they can be arranged like this. The smallest eigenvalue is equal to 0 with multiplicity 1, and the second smallest is at least n, where the equality holds if the complement is disconnected. For any square matrix M, the multiset the spectrum of the matrix where each lambdas are distinct and these mi's are the multiplicities. So for two graphs G1 and G2, the union is union of their vertices and H set is the union of the H set. So join is obtained from the union by joining every line from the first set to the second set. Occasionally what happens that if you look at the graph, then you can talk about the spectrum, or if you look at the spectrum, then you can say what is the structure of the graph. But this is not possible always. In some cases, what happens if we break down the larger graph in terms of smaller graphs, and by looking at the spectrum of the smaller graphs, we can talk about the spectrum of the larger, bigger graphs. So in literature, there have been extensive study on this, on various kind of matrices, whether it is adjacency, Laplacian, sinus Laplacian, distance, etc., etc. So the graph operation that we are considering, they are appeared with in literature with various names. Sometimes it is called generalized composition, sometimes it is called H joint, sometimes joint union. So we will follow the notation of joint union. And this is the definition. Suppose we have a graph G of order n with vertex Vg. Since G contains n number of vertices, we consider n number of graphs G1, G2, and Gn. And we try to form this joint union using this G and Gi's with vertices, which is the union of the Cartesian product of Wi and Vi's. And two vertices Wix and Wjy will be adjacent if either Wi, Wj is an edge of G, or if they are same in the first coordinate and X and Y are adjacent in the Gi. So I'm avoiding these parts. Let me go to this figure to illustrate what is happening here. Suppose G is this graph P4. So for it contains 4 vertices. So we consider 4 different kind of graphs. Suppose these 4 graphs are considered here. So since the first vertex is adjacent to the second vertex in P4, so the first graph is adjacent to all other vertices in the second graph, and so on. So in this way, we can find out the H joint of graph. I'm avoiding this part because we can see that the lexicographic product and also the other products this H joint is a generalization of all these products. The motivation that we have taken from the study is adjacency and other spectrum have been studied for this H joint by various authors, and distance spectrum is also studied. So we consider the distance Laplacian spectrum here, and we'll basically show that the m minus n eigenvalues of this distance Laplacian spectrum of this H joint depends on the constituent graph, that is G1, G2, and Gn, but the remaining n eigenvalues, they are not depending on these constituent graphs. So where they come from? When we try to search the remaining n eigenvalues, so we have defined this bold-faced vertex-weighted Laplacian graph, which is defined like this. Suppose G is a graph with vertex weight m1, m2, and mn. Then this Laplacian matrix is an n-square matrix with definition goes like this. Now, if we look carefully, then this is not a symmetric matrix. but it is equal to the distance Laplacian matrix if all the vertices have weight 1. But it is not symmetric matrix, but it can be seen that it is diagonally symmetric to a matrix Carly DL, whose definition goes like this, and this is the diagonal similarity of these two matrices. This is not symmetric, but this this Carly DL is a symmetric matrix. Now, this the main result discuss is this. Suppose I have this is the main theorem. Suppose I have a eigenvalue lambda for this graph Gi, any ith component of this constitution, and whose eigenvector is orthogonal to the one vector, because one is a vector corresponding to 0, then you can see that this lambda plus this quantity is an eigenvalue of the larger graph. So in this way, for every Gi, there are eigenvectors which are orthogonal to 1 AMI, and corresponding to those eigenvalues, we can have a new set of eigenvalues for the larger graph. So in this way, we can have m minus n number of eigenvalues for this larger graph. Now, if I'm going to the search for the remaining n eigenvalues, then we can see that those lambda that is not considered in the last theorem, corresponding to them, there exists an eigenvector y cap, which is basically a scalar product of the one vectors. Now, I'm skipping the proof, and this is the last theorem that the remaining n eigenvalues are basically the eigenvalues of this weighted Laplacian DLG. So I can see that from this, this is our conclusion that the n eigenvalues of this larger graph, they are not, which are not specified in this theorem 4. They are basically depend on G and this weights only. So they are not depending on the constituent graphs. They depend on the structure of G and the structure of the and the weights of the vertices of the graph. So here is a calculation showing the various kind of spectrum that we have obtained. So basically, we can see that the DLG is this graph. You can see that this is not the symmetric graph, but it has all the eigenvalues are coming from this, the remaining 4 eigenvalues of the graph. So we can see that if each member of the composition are integral, then this larger graph is also an integral graph, considered if this new weighted matrix have a integer spectrum. So these are the basically references that we have followed. And thank you.
Good presentation, so.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
Next, if there is any.
May I request you, Anju, please present your paper. May I request to Anju Kumar, please present your paper. Anju Kumar, can you hear me? Okay. Technical session 1, technical track 1 and session 1, they are the complete. Okay, now we are ready to start the technical track 2, session 4. All the participants are ready. Yes. All the participants for the technical track 2, session 4. All the participants, all of you are ready to present your work?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. First, may I request to Paparao, A.B. Paparao, paper code 051 A.B. Paparao. Can you hear me? Author A.B. Paparao, can you hear me?
Next one. You call next one.
Okay. Aparna Das, please present your work. Aparna. May I request to Aparna, please present your work. Aparna, please present your work. Yeah. Please carry on. Start. Aparna, tap your present.
Sir, screen দেখা যাচ্ছে?
No, not visible. Your presentation slide not visible. Okay. Go and presentation mode.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Aparna Das. I am working under the guidance of Professor Shankar Kumar at Department of Applied Mathematics with Oceanology and Computer Programming, VIDYASAGAR University. Today, I present my research study on bifurcation analysis of a state structure pay-per model with pay refuse and harvesting. The organization of my presentation first introduction to literature reviews, mathematical model, analysis of this model and numerical simulation, conclusion with future studies and references. Introduction. Biomathematics is one of the fastest growing research areas in mathematics and it enhancing our understanding of the biological world. This field mathematics aim to develop theory in biology using mathematics as a tool to analyze and mathematics behind biological pattern and dynamics. Many species have two or more life cycles during their life cycle, but they have shown distinct behavior properties in each stage. So, the study of the pay-per model with stage structure is one of the important fields in the defined type of ecological system. The reality when predator attack on prey, then prey avoid predation by hiding in areas or a center to places where they cannot be easily found. So, the hiding behavior of prey is a natural phenomenon of prey population. The growing human needs more food and more energy to live to harvest, but unscientific harvesting is harmful to ecology and environmental. So, the problem related to the harvesting and marketing fisheries has been drawing attention of researchers. Literature review. The basic model of repetitive interaction first introduced by Bhattacharya in 1925. The predetermined function responses first used by Bennington DeYoung in 1975. This is known as Bennington-DeYoung's functional response. In 1997, one and two classified the life cycle of individual predator into two stages, like immature state and mature state. Also consider immature where populations are unable to feed on prey. In 2005, considered the prey-predator model with hiring type to functional response, incorporating prey refuse with constant proportion of. In 2013, Davis studies discussed the prey-predator model with prey refuse using ratio-dependent functional response. And in 2014, Khadanchi also considered a state structure prey-predator model with Bennington-DeYoung's functional response. And 2016, Roy and Roy analysis of fishery model using prey refuse and they harvest the basis using as per unit effort. Using this literature review, we consider a state structure prey-predator model is state structure for predator with Bennington-DeYoung's functional response, and we harvest the prey using as per our unit effort. Formulation of the mathematical model. Before introducing my mathematical model, we take some assumption. My first assumption is nature world in immature predator cannot be able to attack on prey. So we assume the prediction ability is considered only for major predator. My second assumption is the inter-species competition is with it greater than between individual and major predator only. My third assumption is when the predator attack on prey, some fraction of
Aparna, show your result only. Aparna, show your result only. Okay, I understand. Show your result only.
My mathematical model is this. X present the prey population and Y1 T present the major immature predator population and Y2 T present the major predator population respectively, where they are represent the instant growth rate and incremental carrying capacity K and zeta is the conversion coefficients and D1 D2 they represent the death rate immature prey and major predator respectively to the catching capacity efficient and E generated the fishing input. The analysis of this model first we use introduction the equilibrium point. Equilibrium point is the steady state that is the rest state. Clearly, the steady state is the system situation when the both population prey and predator tends to a fixed amount. We analyze this considered system. We find the three types of equilibrium points. And the trivial equilibrium point, T0 and predator equilibrium point and positive equilibrium point. And the characteristic equation of the equilibrium point is this. At H1 equals to B1 minus alpha B2, H2 equals to B3 minus alpha B4, H3 equals to B5 minus alpha B6. We analyze this model using Raut-Hartley's criteria. According to Raut-Hartley's criteria, we conclude all eigenvalues of this system at integral equilibrium point is negative real part if H1 H3 greater than 0 and H1 H2 greater than H3. This system is asymptotically stable around integral equilibrium point if this current condition is satisfied. This system undergoes Hall bifurcation at its integral equilibrium point at alpha equals to alpha star, where the alpha star often form the H1 minus H3 equals to 0. And at alpha equals to alpha naught, that is alpha equals to B5 by B6, we get H3 equals to 0. And at for H3 equals to 0, the system undergoes diagonal bifurcation. And
you conclude.
We assume the condition of uniform persistence satisfy, and using these two conditions satisfy, there exists delta greater than 0. This integral equilibrium point is globally asymptotically stable. And this is my numerical simulation. Using this set of parameter, we get at alpha equals to 5.49, Hall bifurcation of alpha equals to 5.503, the sudden bifurcation 1, and alpha equals to 5.48, the limit one cycle occurs. And this location is figure 1. And this is my figure where we have found Hall bifurcation level by age and limit point level by L2 and L is limit point of cycle and level by LTC. And my conclusion, we invest the model with state structure by variable BNL function response, analyze this model presence of harvesting and local bifurcation, discuss the Hall bifurcation stability is the creative solution, and we provide the better judgment of the scenario is we provide the numerical simulation. And this is the future studies. Having the nonlinear harvesting on prey.
Okay, thank you.
This is the references. Thank you.
May I request to Chandra, Madam?
Yeah. Why you want Hall bifurcation? When you say Hall bifurcation, what is interpretation? Hello.
Aparna.
Yes, sir.
When you say you have Hall bifurcation, Aparna.
Yes, Madam Bolu.
When you have Hall bifurcation, what is its interpretation for prey predictor?
Do you know interpretation of Hall bifurcation?
Hall bifurcation is where the periodic solution arises.
Okay.
I have. May I ask any question?
Sure.
Okay, actually my question is the title of your presentation is bifurcation of a state structure model of prey predator diffuse system, but in the model structure you have used the fishing mortality rate. That is too specific for the model. But why are you doing that purpose? I should consider the model fishing mortality because you are naming that prey predator diffuse right now. So if you use the fishing mortality, then it will be a specific.
Yes, sir. It is getting specific.
Right?
Is it correct?
Is it correct?
Is it correct or not? You tell.
Yes, actually.
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, there is some missing, I think. Technically, there is some fault, I think. Or you have to write the title of presentation. Please, you do modify the title of the presentation. Okay.
And the next thing is that what is the output of that presentation, because it is a very well known fact, and this type of paper you have already gone through so several times. What is the new thing you have done?
Sir, here with the bifurcations, different type of bifurcation discussed, like hop bifurcation, saddle node bifurcation.
This is very well-known fact that is in pre-period. This is very well-known fact that in pre-period system several types of bifurcation occur. This is very well-known fact. But my question is that what is the new thing? What is the new thing during the model? Because the bifurcation will arise due to the different form of model structure.
Professor Mandal, we can have discussion by mail. We go to the next one.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Sir, we can go for the next one.
Are PhD students, so after you have lots of experience, that's why see there's some problem to introduce. You can better recall later after discussion for your discussion.
Okay.
Now may I request you, Chandra, please present your own.
Yes, sir.
Chandra, please present your own.
Yes, sir. Sir, it is visible audio?
Yes, it is.
Respected chairperson and dear research friends, good afternoon. I, Chandra, is going to present about delayed eco-epidemiological model with nonlinear incidence rate and crowd model functional response for infected prey and predator under the supervision of Professor Dept VIDyasagar University. Here I will discuss about the eco-epidemiological model where prey becomes infected. In ecosystem prey-predator interaction is understood in a better way by the term functional response, and it is the average number of prey consumed by a predator. And to indicate the disease transmission among prey, we use the term incidence rate, and it is the number of new cases of infection from an infected one within a time period. There are so many research work considering the various functional response and various incidence rates. With best of our knowledge and by computer literature review, a three-dimensional delayed eco-epidemiological model with nonlinear incidence rate and ground functional response is almost unavailable. The main objective of present study are we will explore the dynamicity of the system in the presence of disease in the population. We will explore the effect of mutual interference among predator upon predator interaction. We will try to compute threshold value of each parameters to sustain a stable ecosystem. Our model formulation is based on some assumptions. Here, prey population is divided into two categories. One is susceptible and another is infected prey. Here, susceptible prey is reproducing logistic law and intrinsic growth rate R. Here, disease is not inherited and it transmits among susceptible prey according to nonlinear incidence rate. As infected prey are weak, they are easily catchable and consumed by predator according to problematic functional response. That after this transmission, susceptible prey does not becomes infected instantaneously. That's why we treat tau as a time delay, and it is called incidence delay. This is the symmetric view of our problem, and our problem is governed by the equation. In ecosystem, any species may extinct or has to extinct due to pollution, overpopulation, disease, etc. So from this point of view, permanence of a system, that is the survival of species for a long time, is an important property. We have obtained that our system is permanent under these conditions. We have obtained our non-delay system is locally asymptotically stable if R is greater than 0 and globally asymptotically stable if R is greater than 0. Presence of delay in a system cannot change the equilibrium or change its behavior. Here we obtain the delay system undergoes through hop multiplication when the incidence delay crosses its threshold value, tau is equal to tau c given by this. By changing the parameter carrying capacity K, we have obtained that the system has no transitional bifurcation about E star and system exhibits saddle bifurcation if L1 bar not is equal to L2 bar when the parameter K crosses the threshold value K star. Also, the system undergoes through hop bifurcation when the inhibition effect parameter alpha crosses the threshold value alpha star under this condition. Similarly, hop bifurcation occurs and it is verified that hop bifurcation occurs for the parameter A, B and beta also. This is the parameter set we have used to validate our analytical findings. From this figure, one may observe that system is unstable for a higher value of inhibition effect or unstable for a lower value of inhibition effect. In this figure, Evidently, system is stable for a lower value of incidence delay. System bifurcates at tau is equal to 1.247. After that, system exhibits periodic or chaotic behavior with increasing incidence delay. This is the vibration diagram with respect to the force of infection beta for the parameter Z and tau is equal to 3. This is the vibration diagram with respect to the parameters Z and tau is equal to 3. In this figure, we have plotted a critical line in X tau plane where X is any constant parameter and tau is the corresponding critical value delay parameter. Where the system is stable for any point of the line, unstable for any point of the critical line, or stable for a point below the line. The conclusion for extensive numerical study and analytical study, we may claim that our system is a high in our system. Force of infection, inhibition effect parameter, and magnitude of interference are main controlling parameters, which may play crucial factor in determining the nature of the population dynamicity. A stable system can tolerate a small instance delay, but for a higher value of instance delay, system exhibits periodic or chaotic behavior. A stable system with mutual interference among predators may be destabilized in the presence of incidence delay due to inadequate food supply. So, we can conclude the system higher inhibition effect, lower infection, lower mutual interference among predator, as well as lower value of incidence delay are needed to sustain stability in an equilibrium system. These are the references, and I pay my gratitude to my supervisor, Professor D.K. Maiti and Dr. Maiti, and all of my sir, all of those scholars, and thanks to the organizing committee, and thank you.
Okay, madam, any question?
Yeah, I have one question. Is there any control on delay?
No, there is any control on no.
We cannot delay.
We should not control in delay. We do not apply in delay. Control on delay.
Okay. Okay. No question, sir. Go ahead.
Chandan, what is your code number, paper code? Chandan.
Presentation code, sir.
Presentation code?
53, sir.
53, okay. Achha, paper code 54. Paper code 54 is here. Paper code 54. Paper code 55.
Yes, sir, I am right here. Myself say Bola Mortoja, 54, 55.
Okay. You present your paper.
May I present now, sir?
Yes.
Is my screen visible to all?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Golam Murtaja. I am from VIdyasagar University, Midnapur, West Bengal. Now I am going to present my paper entitled Is the intermediate predator a key regulator of a tritopic food chain model? An illustration with new functional response. Before going to explain our main model, I discuss a classical tritopic food chain model in brief. In a tritopic model, there are three species, that is prey, middle predator, and top predator. Where prey is consumed by middle predator and middle predator is consumed by top predator. In a predator-prey relationship, the interaction of predator on their prey is usually modeled by functional response, which describes the intake rate of a predator as a function of prey density. In a general, the widely used functional response revolves around following type 2 functional response. Generally, in a classical tritopic model, the middle predator consumes prey by hauling type 2 functional response with predation rate E1 and conversion efficiency E1. Similarly, the top predator consumes the middle predator by following type 2 functional response with predation rate A2 and conversion efficiency E2. Here, the prey population grows logistically with intrinsic growth rate R and environmental carrying capacity K. Now we will discuss our main model. Here we consider three species, that is prey, intermediate predator, and top predator. Here prey is consumed by both intermediate predator and top predator by holding type 2 functional response with predation rate alpha 1 and alpha 2 respectively. Also, the intermediate predator is consumed by top predator, but top predators prefer prey as their food. Due to lack of their preferred food, the top predator consumes their intermediate predator to survive. Here he proposed a new form of functional response. Usually, the top predator predates the intermediate predator with choline type 2 functional response at a constant amount of predation rate. But when the prey population are abundant, then naturally the predation pressure on intermediate predators should be decreased. As a result, it would be worthwhile to assume a prey-dependent predation rate instead of constant. There we also consider the interspecific competition among top predator and intermediate predator because they have a common prey to survive. This is our main model we discussed briefly in the previous slide. Here, gamma 1 and gamma 2 are the intraspecific competition, and eta 1 and eta 2 are the interspecies competition among intermediate predator and top predator, and D1 and D2 are the natural death rate of intermediate predator and top predator respectively. These are the 5 possible equilibrium points. Here we show the stability analysis only around interior equilibrium point by Couch-Harris conditions. In the next slide, we numerically show the condition is hold. Here we choose the following set of parameter values to continue our numerical experiment. By choosing the set of above parametric values, we conclude we calculate the positive interior equilibrium point E star. By putting the around the interior equilibrium point, we've seen that the eigenvalues have negative real part or negative real part. It is clearly depicts the stability of the interior equilibrium point. Hence, the system is locally distributively stable around the positive equilibrium point. Next is show the bifurcation analysis by choosing the set of parametric values. From this figure, it is observed that low amount of capture rate has a detrimental effect on this kind of food wave structure. Rather, it would destabilize the system. Also, the intermediate predator will be at a verge of extinction if the capture rate is more high. Thus, in order to maintain the stability of the system, the capture rate should be at optimum level. That is, the capture rate alpha 3 greater than equal to 0.0775. The stable system justifies the switching mechanism of top predator and forces that top predator to predate upon the middle predator at a moderate rate, which is always greater than or equal to 0.07. Hence, there must be a trade-off between feeding behavior of top predator and intermediate predator. Here we also show the effect of interspecific competition on the system. We choose 3 cases there is no interspecific competition. Then the whole system shows the oscillatory behavior. In the second case, when eta 1 equal to 0.01 and eta 2 equal to 0, then we observe that the prey and top predator populations are positively exist, but intermediate predator population is going to extinction. In the third case, when eta 1 equal to 0.036 and eta 2 equal to 0.035, then the intermediate predator population will at a verge of extinction if eta 1 greater than equal to 0.036. Now we conclude that intermediate predator is the key species in regulating the feeding mechanism between prey and top predator. We also conclude that we also control the chaotic situation through the same form of functional response depending upon densities of a pair of intermediate predator and prey. Finally, we conclude that to sustain stable nature, it is needful to maintain the predation effect of top predator on intermediate predator upon an optimum level. Otherwise, the intermediate predator will be at a verge of extinction. These are some useful references. Thank you.
No question from my end. It was very good. So no question from my end.
Okay. Okay, so I think no question from others also. Then request Vijay Pal Bhazia from Central University of Rajasthan. Please present your paper.
My slide is visible or not?
No.
Sure. 1 minute. Now?
No. Now it is.
It is okay?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. I am Vijaypal Vajia from Central University of Rajasthan and PhD scholar at the Department of Mathematics. And here I am going to present my research work with title Impact of Awareness and Medical Resources on the Dynamics of Multigroup SIR Epidemic Model. So there is introduction, but we skip due to time. And okay, the basic reproduction is a very important parameter in the epidemic model. So it is defined as the number of secondary infections caused by a single primary infection, or it determined by the number of people infected by contact with a single infected person before his death or recovery. There are many methods to calculate R-naught, like just eigenvalue of Jacobian matrix and the next generation method and the existence of the endemic equilibrium. Further, we talk about the significance of the R-naught. When R-naught less than 1, that means an infected individual will infect fewer than one person before dying or recovering, so that outbreak will peter out and disease will remove from the community. And when R-naught is greater than 1, that means each person who gets the disease will infect more than one person in the whole or life. So the endemic will spread and exist in the community. Okay. So generally the authors use the treatment function in linear form, but in this work I use the treatment function in the saturation form. There is the treatment function for the multi-group modeling, where alpha j is a non-negative constant which measures the availability of medical resources for the treatment or capacity of treatment of jth group, in the sense that if alpha j is smaller, then the capacity of treatment of jth group is higher, and alpha j is greater than the capacity of treatment of jth group is lower. So here the term summation jth 1 to n alpha j ij measure the effect of the overall medical resources on the infected population of ith group. So delta and alpha j are independent, and both of them have their endemic significance. This is our proposed model, and in which SI represent the susceptible individual of ith group, I represent the infected individual of ith group, RI represent the required individual of the ith group. So this is incidence rate modified by the awareness parameter MI. Okay, and this is saturate treatment function, which explained previously. Okay, so there are some basic graph theoretical results, but we skip. And okay, we go to main mathematical results. The model have mainly two equilibrium points. One is disease-free equilibrium, and other one endemic equilibrium. Disease-free equilibrium given by this, and endemic equilibrium we can compute by the solve the system, and the basic reproduction number of system is given by this spectral radius of this matrix, n by n matrix. Okay. So main theorem, first result of my study is this. We assume that B is the contact matrix, is irreducible. Then the disease-free equilibrium is E0 of system 1 is globally stable if R naught less than 1 and alpha j equal to 0 for all I. So the biological interpretation of the above theorem is that if the unlimited medical resources are available in the all groups, then the disease die out from the all groups when R naught less than 1, irrespective of the initial condition of of the population. But for the case of limited medical resources for treatment, that is alpha I greater than 0 for some I, in this case, R naught may not be working as a threshold parameter for the disease eradication. This is the second result. B equal to beta ij is reducible, then the unique endemic equilibria E star of the system 1 is globally stable for alpha I equal to 0 for all I when R naught greater than 1. So biological meaning of above theorem is that if unlimited medical resources are available in the all groups, then the disease always persists at the unique endemic level in all groups when R naught greater than 1. Okay. Now I present the numerical simulation of the application point of view. So firstly, we consider n equal to 2. For this case, the model very realistic for the sexually transmitted disease, in which model group first for the male and group second for the female. Okay. So my model looking like this, and basic reproduction number given by this, where the AI is given by this. Okay. So stability of equilibrium. So we can say the R naught less than 1, then the infected population of both groups goes to 0, and when R naught greater than 1, then infected population of both groups goes to positive level. And there is we measure the effect of awareness parameters on the basic reproduction. We can see that if you increase the awareness, then the decrease the basic reproduction number. That means basic reproduction number have a positive impact on the disease eradication or basic reproduction number. Here we can see the best effect of the awareness on the total infected population, and we can see that if we increase M1 or M2, then the total infected population will be decreased and goes to finally 0. Okay. And here we measure the impact of medical resources on the R naught and the total infected population. So we can see here if we increase the delta means the treatment rate, then the R naught will be decreased. But if we increase the alpha 1 and alpha 2, these are parameters related to medical resources and does not affected the R naught. And if we increase alpha 1 and alpha 2, then the total infected population will be increased. That means alpha 1 or alpha 2 increase. That means the limitation of medical resources will be increased. Then medical resources will be decreased. Then population will be increased. Okay. This is a PRCC analysis. Here we can see that alpha 1 and alpha 2 have a positive correlated with the infected population of both groups, and delta is a negative correlation with the infected population of both groups. And further we consider the n equal to 30. For this case, geographically we consider the model is realistic for the geographical spread of the disease. In this case, we the contact matrix beta ij we consider in the uniform random variable such that x belongs to 0, 1. MI the awareness parameter, which is also follow the uniform random distribution. So there we, if R naught less than 1 and alpha, Okay. The upper two figures are show for the unlimited medical research cases, where the R not less than 1, the total infected population goes to 0, and the R not less than 1, and there are limited medical researchers in the community, then the infected population goes to a positive level. That means will not remove the disease in that case. And upper figure show the time series flow for the unlimited medical resources, and the lower figure show the limited medical resources. By the comparing the both figures, conclude that if we consider limited medical resources cases, then the endemic level will be increased. Okay. In the conclusion, R naught is not sufficient conditions to eradicate the disease in the presence of limited medical resources for treatment, and the endemic level of disease could change due to availability of the medical resources for treatment when R naught less greater than 1. In the case of limited medical resources, the awareness of susceptible population is an important control strategy to control the disease. So, availability of medical resources for treatment in the community play a significant role in the reduction of the disease or the reduce the prevalence of the disease. These are references. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Vijay?
Yes.
You could have planned this research for COVID, because here we have limited medical facilities.
Yes, yes.
In almost all countries.
Yes. There are limited medical resources for COVID-19 also. In India also, other developing countries.
Because you said the number of groups you have chosen, so you can have different countries and their limited resources. Even though US is having a good resources, medical health wise, but there still cases are more as compared to India. So that also, because that can be taken care in terms of awareness.
Yes.
Okay, good. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would request Iqbal Hussain Safar from Government General Degree College at Peda. Iqbal Hussain Safar. Iqbal Hussain Safar, are you there? I think he is not there. So there are no more participants in this session. So with the permission of chairperson, Professor VIDyasagar,
I will try to summarize. All the 5 research were good, and they can be extended or they can be applied for even COVID-19, which is the hot topic at present. Maybe for different regions of India, maybe for different metro cities and other areas of India. So it was a nice session on dynamical system. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So we will end this session, and now we will start the invited lecture session 2. And this session will be chaired by Professor Hemant Kumar Barua, and the invited talk will be given by Professor S. Bhattacharya. He will talk about COVID-19 pandemic. Plenty of epidemiological models has outcasted the simple population dynamic solutions. So I will introduce them before the start of this session. Professor Barua is a retired professor of the Department of Statistics, Guwahati University. Currently, he is working in the Department of Mathematics, the Assam Royal Global University, Guwahati as a emeritus professor. He was a former Vice-Chancellor of Bodoland University, Kokrajhar, Assam. He has completed his PhD from IIT Kharagpur in 1980. He has opened 7 postgraduate departments and an undergraduate department as Vice-Chancellor of Bodoland University. He has made significant contribution towards the uplifting of the academic status of Bodoland University. He has discovered 6 mathematical results absolutely independently of any other work done by any other author. Some of them are the proof of the 4-color theorem, the set operation of superimposition, the correction definition of complement of phi set, the mathematics of partial pages, etc. His research area includes mathematical demography, fuzzy statistics, graph theory, computational mathematics, fuzzy mathematical modeling, pattern recognition, game theory, theory of imprecise sets, and data mining. He has guided more than 15 PhD students successfully. He has published more than 200 articles in reputed international journals. Also, he is the member of several editorial board members. Now, I will introduce Professor S. Bhattacharya very briefly. Professor Bhattacharya is working in the Agriculture and Ecological Research Unit, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, India. He has completed his MSc degree in Statistics from the University of Calcutta, India in 1998, PhD from Jadavpur University, India in the year 2004, and postdoctoral fellow at the Iowa State University, USA. He received the GM Global R&D Award for the Best Innovative Research in 2009 as a researcher in General Motors India R&D Lab. Scientific career has specialized in all applications of statistics and mathematics in ecology, epidemiology, and agriculture. He has published more than 50 reputed journal articles and 3 patents. May I now request Professor Barua to start the session as a chairperson. Professor Barua, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, audible.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm just going to start it. Actually, the topic that Professor Bhattacharya is going to I believe would be quite interesting because he actually named the topic in such a way. I mean, now we shall have to listen to what he says in such a way that as though we should have gone for population dynamic models, and then that has been neglected regarding these COVID-19 projections. I have myself actually worked on it to some extent. So, what exactly he is going to explain would actually be very interesting possibly. Now, you see, there are too many models, and it is really difficult to decide which one would actually work in a particular situation. Now, it all started with a commonly used model of logistic growth that includes the concepts of reproductive rate, commonly known as R0, and the carrying capacity, etc. Then came in 1925 the Lotka-Volterra model that also is a part of that population dynamics. And it is actually popularly known as the predator-prey model, as we all know. And also, in the work that have been published in the last 3-4 months, I have observed that people are using the models such as SIR, SIRD, SEIR, SIS, etc. That means the susceptible, then infectious, then recovered, it is SIR. Similarly, thereafter the generalization of the Lotka-Volterra model started. The SIRD became susceptible, infectious, recovered in dead, SEIR, susceptible, exposed, infectious and recovered, and finally SIS, susceptible, infective, and susceptible. And some people, even some Indian authors, with reference to India, have used the ERIMA model, auto-regressive integrated moving average. And I have seen that this ERIMA results were really very nice. Regarding the others, well, there will be geographical and economical heterogeneity if the region is large enough. Whereas these kind of models, I have observed that they will work very well when the region concerned is small enough. But for large regions, I am not quite sure how good results actually they return, because not all forecasts made by that have turned out to be true. Many forecasts we made, most of them have come wrong. Now let us see what Professor Bhattacharya is going to say. Let's believe that it will be a very nice talk. I hand it over to Professor Bhattacharya, please.
Hi, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So actually it would be nice so if I would share my screen. So let's start with sharing the screen and then
He's present.
okay, I think I have shared the screen. Can you actually? I don't know. Some time is taking. So can you see?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot. Actually, this is the problem of actually it will take some time to actually for. Okay, so I think Professor Bodua, what he told exactly. Actually, present day we are loaded. Actually, we are loaded with epidemiological models. We are crowded. And there's plenty of epidemiological model actually keep away the simple population dynamics. So I think as a statistician or as a mathematician,
Professor Bhattacharya, I'm not getting actually your screens. Hello.
You are not getting? Okay, so so anybody else? I mean to say everybody can see my screen or only few person? Can you please give your feedback?
Yes, I can see.
Okay, you can see. So Professor Bodua, I think Professor Bodua, can you see now? Not now.
Okay, I'm trying his.
It is visible.
Visible, but Professor Bodua actually he is the chairperson. He is telling that.
Please mute your audio.
Can I continue?
Yes, sir. You may continue.
Hello. Professor Bodua, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm not
So
getting
should I continue?
Please continue. I'm at least.
I should wait. What is your suggestion?
No, you just continue. Please don't waste time.
Okay.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
So I can do one thing. I can put my PowerPoint in the chat box. You can download it. That may be possible if you cannot see. Okay, so let's see. So just I'm giving you some time. You just check whether it is visible. If it's not visible, just let me know. I will share the whole PowerPoint in the chat box. You can download and then you can flip through. Okay, so I think the Professor Boru had mentioned is actually correct. Basically, we are crowded with the epidemiological models. And every day, and I mean to say, since last 3 months, I am reviewing at least 7 to 10 papers, and I checked that more than 1,000 papers have been published in many journals, in epidemiological journals actually, and maybe the mathematical biology journals, and they are giving actually various output. So I am a bit confused. And before just going to deep dive on my idea, and this is not actually a formal talk, I should say that it is some of the ideas I would like to exchange with you. And I should start with that introduction slide. I think this is well known to all of you, and I don't want to repeat this. And this is really a serious outbreak, and this is a pandemic, and huge countries are associated, and that 188 figures are exactly dynamic. So a few days before it was different, and maybe now it is 2003. So the exact figure actually is difficult to say. So most of the countries in the world are affected. And obviously the spread is human to human up to the knowledge of this day, but we don't know exactly. We don't, again I repeat, we don't know exactly. So it may be the origin is bad, that China is claiming, but the spreading is actually from human to human. But still there is a confusion that whether it's really a water, I mean to say the droplet effect, or it's a airborne, you don't know. There are some debates, and actually we have no clear idea. Okay, so World Health Organization actually put this case as an emergency, as you all know. I don't want to repeat. So basically, if you look at the modeling structures, specifically the epidemiological model structures, and specifically on coronavirus system, I actually classified the last 5 months publication into 3 categories. One is the preventive measures, another is the basic reproduction number, as you all know, as this session is actually devoted to the epidemiological study. I believe that people have a fair concept on basic reproduction number. But for the student, those who don't have the concept, so just I can say that a particular individual, what is the capacity to spread out the disease to how many individuals? That is the general interpretation of the basic reproduction number. If it is more than 1, that means disease will spread out. If it is less than 1, then the disease will actually die out. So for the measles, if it is 3, that means for the disease measles, it is 3 means 1 person can infect 3. So before vaccination and after vaccination, there is a change of the R0. That is also well known to all of you. But for the freshers and for the students, I should mention that when the vaccine will come up, naturally the R0 will reduce, because then the immunity will grow, antibody will actually come up in the body, and there is a less chance of spreading out the infection. So what should I say? That the mathematical model built up in last 5 months, actually we can classify it into 3 categories, and others actually related to the comparison between ACIR, SIR. I think Professor Boru already mentioned at the introductory speech of my lecture that there are plenty of medal, and there are ACIR, SIR, SIS, SIR, SIS. So lot of models. What everybody is trying to tell? Everybody is trying to tell that what are the interventions measure, and if I will take the intervention measure, then the disease will die out after some time. And what should be the value of the R0? Now, do you not think that there are anomalies? I believe you should agree, even if all the audience of this platform
I think they will agree with one point, that there are anomalies. To publish the paper in a better way, to publish your output in a more sophisticated way, you need many manipulation. Sorry to use the word manipulation. Everybody in this community, when they would like to publish, they will use manipulation. What type of manipulation? I'm not using that. I am not would like to tell that, okay, manipulation means dishonesty. It's not dishonesty. It is actually the way he's, is now taking the online classes, and this semester just actually the epidemiological study, there is a paper, and this semester I have a few students, and they actually work on this data set, some of the data set of the corona, and I told that as now we don't have a regular classes, is it the right time to go through the data set and do some exploratory data analysis and just playing with the data and say something, and you can put this as an assignment. So so this play with the data is very important, rather than going into a very sophisticated model with many compartments. And I have 5-dimensional model. I have 6-dimensional models. And it's difficult to find out the R0. So what I'm doing, I'm going for the next generation matrix approach, because I can always find R0 with that. But what are the value of the parameter? I don't know. What I'm going to take, I am taking the help of the different existing literatures. I'm taking the help of the government website for different value of the alpha, beta, gamma, and the parameters. And based on that, I am predicting R0. So is it fair? What do you think? I don't think it is fair. And this is actually, I think you can see my next slide. This is just today's news. You see that news break. Editors of the Lancet, the famous Lancet journal, we all know the prestigious Lancet journal, and the editor is telling that the pharmaceutical companies are financially powerful and they are putting pressure to accept the papers so that they can introduce a new vaccine, new medicine, and so on. And I think that Richard is actually the journal editor of that Lancet journal, and also this gentleman actually, he was the French. He was the French ministry. He was in French ministry previously in some. I cannot remember the year, but he was a doctor. Actually, now he is also a doctor. He's he's a heart specialist, and he is also in favor of using the hydrochloroquine. As you know that WHO banned hydrochloroquine, and WHO told that hydrochloroquine have adverse effect on the human being based on the Lancet paper. So I'm requesting to everybody, all of you in this platform, don't just sell the paper. You know that hydrochloroquine is not at all dangerous. Still a days in Indian people, they are taking hydrochloroquine in many hospitals and they are getting cured. And the true story has been published that the Richard, the journal editor of Lancet, he already told that due to pressure from the pharmaceutical companies, due to pressure of the university people, he actually bound to publish that paper of adverse effect of hydrochloroquine. So sorry to say, don't put so many papers. People are confused. People are not very well. So don't actually put them more trouble. They have the burden of disease. Don't burden them with so much models. So I believe the problem of this corona actually can be understood by three perspectives. One, actually, this disease epidemiology is nothing but a population dynamics problem. You know that population, as the Professor Bora just mentioned, that how I deliberately put the title that actually that epidemiological model outcasted the value of the population dynamics model. But population dynamics models are more appealing. I also developed an epidemiological model. I will show you if I have time. So I have 45 minutes time. So it will be good after half an hour if Professor Borua just knock me so that I can jump to my epidemiological model part if my time permits. So Professor Borua, please just knock me after half an hour. Okay? And so can you hear me? Everybody can hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
yes. Yes, audible, no problem.
Yes, yes, sir. Okay. So, okay. So I am just looking the problem in three perspectives. One is the population dynamics. Another is proposal for a new measure. Why I need a new measure? Actually, I have no specific, a very good new measure. I just asked to my students of MSTAT that can you think for a new measure which is not R0? Because R0 exactly not telling you the true story of the disease. R0 is telling you the story of the spreading of infections. What is the status of the disease at this time, today? If I will ask you, what is my future? That I can estimate if I know what is my present status. Only the active number of cases, only the recovered cases, only the date is not enough. I need a measure. I need a metric. I need a metric and measure. Metric is not a mathematical metric. Metric, I mean to say the measurement. An index. I need an index that will tell me the correct status of the disease. And after that, obviously, I am not discouraging the epidemiological. Hello? Consideration of the standard epidemiological model, I am not ignoring. Actually, this is the last step. So, we'll explore all of these three issues. So, what is population dynamics? Actually, as we know, there is a population. So, if we look at the population dynamics problem from the demography perspective, from the agricultural perspective, from the ecology perspective, all are basically same. But can we use this population dynamics model in the disease epidemiology? The answer is yes. But you have to re-modify, redefine, reinterpret the populations. What is that? So I should start with the species. Suppose XT is the population at time point T of any species. So as you know that 1 by XT dXT dt is basically the per capita growth rate, as you all know in terms of economics. In terms of biology, most of the biologists tell this 1 by XT dXT dt as relative growth rate, as Professor Boru already mentioned. And also, you know that there is another term which is involved with that relative growth rate is called the species fitness. The ecologists are more biased to use the word species fitness. Why this is species fitness? Just quickly, I will let you know that dxt dt is the rate of change of the size. So with respect to initial size, how the rate of change is happening. That means how am I fit with the environment with respect to my initial size. That's why in ecology it is called species fitness. Okay, people, audience, just this is a very interesting story that instead of XT as a species population, if we take XT as an incidence, then what happened? Disease incidence. Then how my disease is fit? I can immediately say with the term 1 by xt dxt dt? No. So if the disease is more fit, I'm in trouble. If the disease is less fit, I am in a good mode. And if the disease is gradually moving with a steady state fit, that means I am moving to a steady state of the disease. That means disease is going to stabilize. And then if the precautionary measures, interventions measure, blah, 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 all the measures, the government perspective, or maybe the personal way, or the personal kit. So whatever maybe the intervention measure you will take, when the disease fitness will stabilize, then it will drop out ultimately. So first you need to know at what incidence value you are expecting that your disease will be stabilized. So before going to next slide, let us know that these RGR and the size actually telling you the true story. Why this is two stories, plural. Actually, the first story is telling you the phenotype. If you just plot size against time, that means the incidence against time, it will actually visible with your bare or naked eye. Actually, what it's telling, this is actually telling the phenotypic characteristics of the disease. No, that how it is changing over time. It is exponential, it is cumulative exponential, geometric. If we just click on the news channels, every channel is showing an exponential trend. But the point is, they're looking towards the phenotypic character. As Professor Borua was walking, I know that he actually maybe doesn't know to me, but I just went through some of his papers. And actually, he was working once upon a day in demography. And in demography, you can look at the demographic population. Actually, in demographic population, the per capita growth rate or the relative growth rate has a huge sense. Why? Because it's an inherent character, inherent demographic character of the species. That how I am fit. I cannot visualize how I am fit, because it is not actually the direct visible character. It is actually the inherent property of the species. But that we can quantify. That quantification is called the genotypic behavior of the species. Here, in terms of epidemiology, you can say genotypic behavior of the species, of the disease. Okay? So the genotypic behavior of the disease can be interpreted with RGR value. Now there is another issue that RGR is actually not estimable, because it is 1 by xt dxt dt. One derivative is associated with that. Right? What I need the empirical estimate of this derivative. So it is very common. Many demographic people, many people from the biology background or economics or financial background, they know well that how the derivative can be empirically estimated. The derivative can be empirically estimated by the difference. So if you have a time point t1 and t2, and if you have the value xt2 and xt1, then take the log difference, because 1 by xt dxt dt can be written as d log of xt dt. So empirically it can be estimated by delta of log xt by delta t. And this is first pointed out by a famous English statistician that you know, R.A. Fisher. And in Indian Statistical Institute, we have actually a good relationship with R.A. Fisher quite a long time back, when the Professor P.C. Mahalanobis was working with the anthropological, agricultural, and the biological data. So he met R.A. Fisher, and R.A. Fisher spent huge time, I mean to say, half of his lifespan in eyesight, research lifespan in eyesight. And actually he told that RGR has immense practical use And in 1921, he published a nice paper. You'll be surprised to know that it appeared in Annals of Experimental Botany. Being a statistician, he published the first paper in Annals of Experimental Botany in 1921. Why he did this? Because he knows that RGR has immense practical value. And so, whether we can use that RGR as a disease fitness measure? The answer is yes. Before going to the next slide, so now you can see a population dynamic slide. This is a very basic slide, just let you know about the different structure of the population model. The three basic model, I think you know that one is the logistic, another is the theta logistic, another is the Gompert. And with respect to the fitness, that is the RGR function, if we look at that right hand side is a function of xt. And you see that RGR is linearly related with xt for the logistic case. RGR is actually related with nonlinear way in case of theta logistic. And there is a nice story that when theta is less than 1, mathematically, we will get a concave upward or the convex curve. And if theta is actually greater than 1, you will get a concave downward curve or the concave curve in terms of mathematics. And if it is linear, theta equal to 1, then it's a general logistic law. So what does it mean? That means if we plot size in x-axis and RGR or the species fitness or the disease fitness in y-axis, then you will get actually a concave type of relationship if theta logistic model, concave upward, that means convex relationship in case of species dynamics. So now let us move to the next slide. So actually we have the data up to 12th July 2020. So why it is 12th July? There is no specific reason. Actually, I can tell you the true story. Actually the semester exam happened in 15th of July and the students actually worked hard up to 12th July. So they collected the data up to 12th July and beyond that can be dynamically upgraded. So whatever that graphs I am showing, that is up to based on the 12th July. So there is no specific reason to take the date 12th of July. So you can extend this very rapidly, so no problem. So if you go to the WHO website, and I will prefer WHO website. Why? Because every country, they have a own website. But at the same time, you will face lot of suppressive game. So every country just refreshing or dynamically updating data based on many suppression algorithm. I think politicians know better than me for this, that why they are doing that. So they are actually doing wrong thing, but we cannot do anything because you are actually bound to take the data from the government website. So I prefer to take the data from the WHO website. WHO website is unbiased, that I cannot say. I have a couple of examples that will say that WHO is biased in many situations. Just from my first slide, if you can remember, I showed that WHO banned hydrochloroquine, but you see French doctors are jumping and requesting the French government that please allow us to use hydrochloroquine. Why WHO banned? WHO banned this hydrochloroquine because of a Lancet journal paper, a rubbish paper. I tell you, a rubbish paper. Based on the 996 individuals, they actually put a survey and they just came with a decision that hydrochloroquine actually creating some problem on the heart disease. That is not actually full correct. For some individual, it is problematic, but most of the individual, it is not. So why they banned? Because of the financial pressure of many pharmaceutical companies. So I cannot say WHO is unbiased, but I can say that WHO at least have a actually will look to all the countries in an equal or in a, I mean to say, in a similar way. So not like the government personnel that my country is great, I can suppress very bad. So that's why I prefer to take the data, and I will request you, those who are interested in epidemiological study, students, dear students, if you are interested, you please go to the WHO website, you will get plenty of data. So we take USA, Brazil, India, Russia, Peru, Spain, Chile, UK, Mexico, and Iran. And my students did an excellent job. I should tell the name of three of my students, Oyon, Shinchan, and Salim. They did an excellent job, and whatever I told them, they did it immediately. But still, I'm working on that. And before going to submit or publications, I rather prefer to submit it to the government because of actually the emergency of those people. People are scared with the model now. I don't need for the publication, but what I need to say at least the true story of the country and how the status of the disease of the country. So now if we go to the data set structures, look at the data. And this is just a confirmed cases plotting. You see for the India, it is actually a truly exponential like figure. If it's low to the USA, this is called biphasic growth. This is one sigmoidal, then again the log fake start and hope so it will again stabilize. So it's called the bisigmoidal growth. And for the case of Brazil, it is actually going to a stable state. And in Russia, it goes down. But once upon a time, it was a huge peak. And go for the Peru, Spain, Chile, and I am not going to detail. But look at this. There is a bell-shaped trend also. So the problem is very interesting that many countries actually have many patterns of the time series. Why this is happening? This is happening due to the social structures of the country. And the time series is not a good measure because it's a phenotype. Actually, what is happening today? What is happening yesterday? What is happening? But what is happening as a whole? What is happening in the inherent mechanism? RGR or the species fitness or the disease fitness will tell you the whole story. So that's why the decreasing, actually you have exponential sigmoidal bell-shaped curve. So to achieving the steady state infection time and to know the value of that size at which the steady state will appear, that we should estimate from the fitness. This is the interesting story. Look at the graph. USA, Brazil, India, Russia, Peru, Spain, Chile, Kingdom, Mexico, Iran, all are monotonically decreasing. You see, some curves are bell-shaped, some curves are sigmoidal, some curves are exponential. But look at the inherent mechanism of species fitness. That means species are approaching towards the steady state to all the countries. Just a single metric, species fitness or the disease fitness, can tell you a big story. I don't need sophisticated mathematics. I have that. I would rather prefer to show you these graphics rather than a compartmental model of SIER, SIR, SIS. Because you see, for all the country, actually the fitness function is approaching towards the steady state. That is good. That means the disease by its inherent mechanism is going for the steady state. Steady state does not mean it's disappeared. Steady state means it will stabilize. That means when the disease will stabilize, the fitness of the disease will stabilize, then if we take a good government policy, if we apply a very, very good government policy and management, then immediately that steady state will be go down and the disease will ultimately die out. So this is a good message to the government, to the official personnel of the government, that all the countries in the world that are the disease in his inherent mechanism is going to the steady state. Now there are three colors you see that Gompert's logistic. One is the blue, another is the red, and the green is the straight line towards the zero axis. So you see that if it is the theta logistic model or the Gompert's model, it should be exponential delay or a power series delay. The power series decreasing. So in that case, we can immediately see that the logistic is not at all applicable here, because you see, and look at India graph, it is exponentially decaying, or it is decaying with a hyperbolic way. That means either is a theta logistic or is actually the Gompert is your inherent model. So the time series cannot detect that, because a frequent change in the time series will show you a frequent change in your decision. So you have to find out the inherent property by the disease fitness. So what will be the steady state of the infected case for each country? That is now a big question. So how can we do the steady state analysis? It's not easy. Although the mathematics may be very simple, but the idea is not easy. What should I say? That if you look at, just for example, a sigmoidal curve. A sigmoidal curve, naturally, they have three vital points. One is A, one is B, and is C. What does it mean? That means A means where the log phase will start. B means where the acceleration of that log phase actually will be zero. B is the point of inflection. That means d2x dt square is zero there. And what is d2x dt square? Is actually the acceleration. Actually, in terms of physics, in terms of particle physics, this is actually the acceleration. So the acceleration of the disease will be zero at the point of inflection. So then the retardation will start, and then the retardation will be maximum at C, and then it will again reach at D and the steady state very quickly when the retardation will continue, and it will ultimately coming to the zero. Theoretically, T tends to infinity, it will reach at zero. But you cannot tell the people that you wait infinite time to reach at the steady state. So when the disease, or when the species, in terms of ecology, when the species will start to jump in the initiation of the steady state, or when the species will jump to the steady state, and that we will recall it, we renamed it as steady state initiation time. So how can I estimate D? D is a good actually point which actually tells you the true story, that okay, D is a point that will give you an estimate that this time point I can take that my disease will be reached at steady state, will be starting towards the steady state, rather to say, not the reached, because reached theoretically T tends to infinity. Logistic, you know that logistic will go to the carrying capacity, even if the theta logistic, even if the Gompert's. So all the models theoretically T tends to infinity because it's asymptote. As you all know, the carrying capacity is asymptote. So, but for the realistic point of view, that theoretical curve will not actually be helpful to you. We have to find a new point D. How can I find D? Actually, C is a point where the retardation is maximum. For each of the logistic curve, I can find out immediately with the simple mathematics of class 12 that what is the value of the coordinate of C. because there's a retardation which is maximized there. And I would like to draw a tangent through C, and that will cut the extended carrying capacity line, that is the pink line or the violet line, in some point. And if I draw a perpendicular from that point to the x-axis, that is time, it will cut some time point between 20 and 30 for that example figure, for that actually that I mean to say that that example figure, that 20 and 30, that yellow line. That means that can be used as an estimate of time at which the disease will start towards the steady state, start its journey towards the steady state. This simple mathematics will help you a lot. Let us see. This is just, I think, Oyon did an excellent job for finding out that concrete expression. And you see that A, B, C, D, they have lag phase ends, point of inflection, log phase end, and a steady state. And you see that there is a concrete expression for the logistic law, and I skip the concrete expression for the theta logistic and GOM part because it's I mean to say it is very cumbersome and complex. Because of the simple nature of the logistic, it is a neat expression. But theta logistic, as the power is there in x by k to the power theta, and that's why the T expression is not actually very beautiful in case of theta logistic or Gompach. But Oyon and Selim did this, and we have now that figure, and based on that, this is my estimate, and this is my prediction table. For United States of America, the prediction time of steady state reach is 1.5 years. For Brazil, it is 267 days, that is less than 1 year. For India, it is 1.1 year. Still, we are not at all at steady state. But mind at one point, I am ignoring everything. That means I am not taking the presence of vaccine. I am not taking the immunity. I am not taking antibody production, nothing. If the disease will continue its pattern, actually the disease will reach at steady state in 1.1 year. And for Russia, you see it is 2.5 year. I don't know what is the reason. The reason is that sorry. Okay. So it is 2.5 year. That one of the reason maybe I have taken the data up to 12th July. Because if you didn't remember that drastically the Russia government took some immediate step at the end of the July, I mean to say at the middle of the July, and after that the Russia case actually fall down, and it may be the reason that why it is 2.5 years. I have no specific clue. I am not suppressing anything. I am telling you the true story, what is coming out from the prediction. I can write it as a 0.5 year, but I will not write. Because I want the exploratory data analysis. I don't want to jugglery of the models. So we have to find out the reason that why it is 2.5 years. Peru, Spain, Chile, Kingdom, UK, that is Mexico, Iran, all are matching. If you look at the figures, the present figures, actually all are matching. So we are happy that all are matching. That means population dynamics can do many things. So now the point is, do you think that R0 is enough?
Sorry for the interruption. There may be some technical problem. Professor Bhattacharya will join very soon. Please wait. Professor Bhattacharya, can you hear me, please? Your audio is mute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Ah, yes, yes.
Yes.
We are on now. So, so we are up to this stage, no? Up to this slide.
Yes, yes. Please continue.
Professor Borua.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm hearing.
Let us move to the next slide. So now, this slide out is a key message. So that's why I told you that population dynamics can do a lot. So only a simple class 12 mathematics can do many things. So that is my first, actually, the contribution. Not my contribution, I think I should say my students' contribution. I just encourage them. I just provide them the good support, nothing else. All the credit goes to my students because they just I conveyed and they just did the whole thing. Okay, so basic reproduction number versus the disease status. And I wish the word status, it should be disease status. So the basic reproduction number, do you think that is sufficient in terms of epidemiology? What does it say? Actually, the basic reproduction will tell you that what is the spreading condition of the disease. That means if I am infected, I am capable to infect how many people? I am capable to infect maybe 5 people. That means my basic reproduction number of the disease is 5. So that means that is actually the spreading pattern of the disease can be interpreted with the basic reproduction number. But what is the present status? That means the confirmed cases. That means the case tested. That means what is the disease status? What is the recovery? If I will tell you, just standing on today, if I will tell you what is the status of the disease, then you will say, sir, confirmed cases is that. Sir, active case is that. Sir, recovery is that. But that will not tell you the truth. I mean, this is the whole story. This is tells you actually the partial story. So one by one story, a compartmental story. As a whole, we need a measure. And that also, I think we are in a very preliminary stage. And one of my students actually give some idea. And that is also not actually my proposal. And I have some different proposal. What is that proposal? That also I will share. Actually, one of my MStat student, he actually did a wonderful job. He told, sir, there are 4 things, AT, DT, RT, and TT. All are important. AT are active cases, DT are diseased. That means how many deaths. RT are recovered, TT are the test done particular day. So, if the test done particular day and the active cases are equal, then what happens? That all tested candidates have the disease. That means in generally AT by TT is a fraction, no? So the maximum value is 1. So he put AT by TT as his first term. And now he put an exponent. And why exponent? That I will come later on. So what he explained, that actually 80 and 80 minus 1, actually difference actually is the empirical estimate of the differential, no? So that is 80 minus 80 minus 1, the difference of the active cases, and RT minus 1 is the difference of the recovered cases. So that means active cases by recovered cases, it should be greater than 1, because all the active cases are not recovered. If it is 1, that means all the cases are recovered. So it is generally greater than 1. And dt by dt minus 1, you don't know. Sometimes it is greater than 1, sometimes it is less than 1. So if I normalize that 80 minus 80 minus 1 and RT minus RT minus 1 with that dt and dt minus 1, then it will tell you the true status of the disease. And the disease with respect to the test, what is the seriousness of the disease with respect to the test, that will carry out the first term. And the exponential he put, because there is a problem of 0, I mean it is an oddity, and still there is an oddity problem. I told him that RT minus 1, if it is same for the two dates, then RT minus 1 is equal to 0, and then 1 by 0 is undefined. So there are some problems of the, but one interesting point is that if RT and if we just assume that RT minus 1 is not same, because when the disease is increasing, the recovery rate actually may be changing from day by day. But that can be actually easily handled by just putting an additional term, or 1 plus RT minus 1. Then it will never 0. So just like the type 2 functional response. As you know, that type 2 functional response in ecology, so we put an additional term, saturation, and that's why it will never become 0, and it will never become undefined. So here also I can put 1 plus RT minus 1. That is not a big deal. But the point is, look at it, this is a measure, and I put he put the exponential term because, and then I approve in the assignment that it is important, because if we don't put this, then many times it will become 0. So because not to avoid this phenomena, he just put exponential power, because it's an increasing function, so there is no harm. So 80 minus 1 by RT minus 1, I can put in an exponential power. So now, if we just plot, for the Italy he plotted, and we actually approved this, it's nice that this in x-axis is a week, and y-axis the measure value. Look at the 20 week it was a peak, and at the 120 week it is not a, actually it is now in a steady state. And look at the actually the Italy data. Actually, it is quite, I mean to say, have a good proximity with the present scenario of the Italy. Present scenario, actually, it is very controlled in Italy, and the peak was happened, and that week, whatever the peak is showing in the graph. So, what does it mean? That means you need new measure. You have to think for the new measure, not to restrict on that R0. So that R0 only telling you the story of spreading of disease, not the presence of the disease. You have to identify many of such metrics. You have to iterate many of such metrics. You have to go through many of such versions, and ultimately we'll reach the decision. So we're working on that paper, and maybe with that student and 3 of my students, and we'll go through the property of the metric, and we have to actually rectify the metric a little bit, because it has an audit in many cases. So we have to rectify it. So, but I just share you that what we are doing in ISI, that we are trying many cases, not to stick on the epidemiological perspective. Okay, so last, I don't know how many times I have, maybe I don't have time, only 10 minutes or 5 minutes, how much time I have?
Please go ahead, this is the last session.
Hello.
This is the last session.
Sir, how much time I have?
No, actually, I'm not sure,
Okay,
but
so
it is the last session. I think you can continue. It is the last session.
Okay,
so you can, I think, continue.
But the student will be bored.
Okay, please go ahead.
They would like to. Okay, so actually, uh, you know that now if we come to the standard epidemiological model, so I believe that standard epidemiological model for case of corona, you should think 4 compartments very seriously. But people, I searched many papers, they are coming with lockdown, they're coming different interviews like that. They have no to actually to accept their papers. Because I reviewed some of them. But I have a confusion. I'm confused. Is it possible to can so you take those as a very not restrict yourself. Just try to understand the study in a very, very layman perspective. That will be better for the world. That will be better for the whole human being. Because if you load on the model burden with the disease burden, you will be in trouble. So this is the model. What is the model? It's a very simple one. So ACE is the susceptible one. IA is the asymptomatic. IS is the symptomatic, and R is the recovery. So obviously there is a constant supply of susceptible is a lambda, and I will skip the second term, small r into capital R. I will just later on I will discuss this R into capital R term. Now, sir, please go to IA into capital IA into S. So it is an interaction between asymptomatic and susceptible. So what will happen? So actually, the asymptomatic people increase if they have an interaction with the susceptible. And what the IA will say, that is somebody are using the public transportation and they have a contact with cohabitants. So the transmission from S to IA depends on IA. And similarly, what is IS? IS is actually the transmission from S to IS. And I have introduced 2 new things. One is phi1 and one is phi2. What is phi1? Phi1 actually telling you that interaction between IS and ACE, but that is the service, necessary service with personal protection. Those who personally associated COVID-19, just look at that table in the right hand side, and it is written clearly what is phi1. That I just read out associated COVID-19 necessary service without personal protection. So then what happened? Then that phi1 ISS will join to IADT, because if you have an interaction with IS and AS, some people, those who have a greater or better immunity, they will join in the set IA into S. They join in the section IA, that is the asymptomatic case. So, and what is phi2? Phi2 is also very important. Phi2 say that depends upon the public transportation. When ACE and IA have interaction through public transportation, so then what happened? The asymptomatic case or the symptomatic case will increase. Why? Because that sometime it may happen that somebody from the asymptomatic also may go to the symptomatic. Okay? Because after some day, if they have a hard immunity, they will stay in the same compartment in the asymptomatic zone, but they will go to the symptomatic zone if they don't have that type of hard immunity. So look at this. I will not go to each and every detail of this IA, IS, RS, D2. I think it is waste. What is my, it will waste time. What is my actually thought process? My thought process is, don't introduce the intervention measure directly because you don't have a data. Intervention measure I also introduced, but in an indirect way. Look at I small s, small is, that is transmission rate from S to IS. And what is written in bracket? COVID-19 necessary service in front line. That means those who are working in the front line and not taking mask, then what happened? Then IS will increase and automatically it will have an adverse effect on IS. So try to use indirect variable as much as possible. And in terms of recovery, what I am telling, that go to the last equation, DRTT, that is the recovery. That you see, one part is minus R smaller into capital R. What is my smaller? Smaller is the return rate from R to S. There are some individuals, they may join to the R state after the recovery. No, because it is not well proved still now that a corona patient can be affected double or twice after 3 months. There are some evidences. And we have a data for that. That data is not missing. I think I already discussed with some of the government personnel. They told me that that data is that. It is a very less number, but there are some cases. So there is a chance of secondary infections again, just like pneumonia. As you know, that pneumonia disease, that pneumococcus disease, actually pneumonia also have a chance of secondary infection. This disease also have a chance of the secondary infection, but it is not serious. I'm telling you, 85% it will not happen. But most of the cases it will not happen. But in some cases it may happen. So you have to be very careful to actually to build up the recovery class. So I'm not going to the details. So my idea is not to incorporate the intervention measure directly in the model because we don't have the data. Try to incorporate variables, parameters in such a way so that the intervention measure can be incorporated without using sophisticated data, just using the data of S, IA, S, IS, and R. So I think Selim did a wonderful job for that. I think so. One of the speakers, just Vijay, maybe I actually forgotten the name. Just before me, there are two speakers. So Vijay may be the name of that guy. So actually he was telling about the PRCC. So if we look at the R0 and the different parameters, and this is the usual way of sensitivity analysis to identify which parameters out of those multiple parameters are important. To see that highest possible correlation, that is partial correlation, rank correlation coefficient, actually is maximum for phi1. Phi1 is the most sensitive parameter for PMCC perspective. And what is the second and what is the third? And that is a table. I think that table will tell you a true story that there are 3 parameters, phi1, IS, and IA. The PRCC values we look at the significant for the first 3 terms, but for the other term is not significant. That means phi1, IS, IA are 3 important variables. And obviously for the negative value mu is that variable, and that is not at all important because natural death rate of the population, if it is more, then actually that population will die in some other disease in a more rapid manner than the corona. So it's the obvious things. I don't need to actually discuss this thing. So the positive correlation is only important. So for that positive correlation, I feel that when I actually so I can skip that one. I can move to the last slide. So look at this slide. This slide is very important. That when increased personal protection of the COVID-19 service associated person, if you increase the personal protection, then there is an increase in the asymptomatic case. Why it is happening? Because as the personal protection you are providing, as the chance of COVID infection, but as you are taking the all precautionary measures, so if you don't have herd immunity, you may be affected, but you may affected with an asymptomatic way, not a symptomatic way. So if phi 1 is increased, then the increase of asymptomatic case will be increased. I mean to say the chance of asymptomatic case will be increased and the symptomatic case will be reduced. Now you can ask me, so how this is possible? This is also obvious because, you know, the total population susceptible is more or less constant. In that case, if one is increased, then other is necessarily decreased. And then actually the population, if the most of the population become asymptomatic, and that is the aim of today's story. Most of the doctors were telling that it is better if many asymptomatic people will come into the picture. Although who banned the theory of asymptomatic people, and I don't support this, because who told that asymptomatic person are not eligible at all with the secondary infection? That means asymptomatic person cannot spread the disease. That is whose idea? Most of the scientists don't rely on the fact asymptomatic person can spread the disease even if he does not have any, I mean to say, any symptoms of the corona. So asymptomatic cases should be increased if you increase the phi 1. And you see, we have written that more than 5 in 100 COVID-19 associated person or personal protection deficiency we have in India. That also we have estimated and through our data set. And actually I focus most on the population dynamics part. That's why I just put this in a more and not in a detail, but we feed the data with the symptomatic case, and that is the active case data. So, so we fitted the curve and we see that 5 in 100, that is 0.05. If phi 1 is greater than 0.05, that means that will fit a good for the case of India. And so if you take some value phi 1 is greater than 0.05, it have a good proximity with the Indian data. What does it mean? That means we have a deficiency of personal protection. Personal protection does not mean only the PPE. Personal protection means that is the lack of sanitization, lack of mask, lack of everything, lack of all protection measures. So India has lack of these things. I think it is more important not to stick on the lockdown theory, but to go for the asymptomatic theory. That means it is better to increase the asymptomatic as much as possible. That maybe give you the good alternative to actually to control the corona. So what is the take-home message? The take-home message, I think that whatever just I told the last sentence, and you have to be very careful about the ambulance service employee and the control centers and the government officials. Because government officials are chance to be asymptomatic because they are not of direct contact. If they will not use the proper mask, proper sanitation, they will become systematic. I mean to say symptomatic. But they will become asymptomatic in many cases because it's not vulnerable, because you have legs, if you have legs exposure, because as you know now that doctors repeatedly telling that don't go every day. So let's go one day alternative one day. And so that may be also a measure. That may be also a precautionary measure. So don't go every day in the market. So twice a week. Why? Because if you go every day, the vulnerability is more. So instead of going, so in that case, what is the theory? They try to it is possible to increase the asymptomatic cross person by proper using the PP, personal protection, and other government initiatives. Thank you all. And I believe that you enjoyed the population dynamics. And I also touched the epidemiological part because it is actually the epidemiological study. So most of the people are interested on that. But I would like to request to all the researchers, if you don't have the data, don't put it as a compartment in your epidemiological models. Try to incorporate those compartments in an indirect way so that at least you can guess some feelings of the present scenario of the time. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya. Thank you. Am I audible, please?
So I should stop sharing.
Okay.
Yeah, you're audible.
I'm audible. Actually, I really liked one sentence that you said, that R0, the capital R0 does not say everything, and therefore this should not be taken very seriously. I really liked it. Because
thank you.
Actually,
Professor.
That's how people are using this SEIR kind of models. And as far as I have understood, as far as these models is concerned, there is no standard model. There is no process of standardization. So you cannot say which one is good or which one is not good kind of. Now that you have put forward another measure in your symbol series capital MT, it looks to me that it is a very practical measure. But then certain things here might be very difficult to estimate, like the capital T, in the number of tests per day, or whatever it was. This slide is missing already.
Actually, Professor Poru, so government is, there is a website, is called cop19ind.gov, and from last month they are giving that data.
So it shows.
They are giving data. But I don't know. Actually, you are right. I don't know the reliability of the data, but they are providing.
But anyway, so at least say from the last month onward, they are giving. Initially, it was not there. So obviously now your model is applicable only at the current time. Initially, because this particular capital TT was not there, so using this would be a bit difficult. I was relying on data published by the worldometers.info, not exactly World Health.
Hello?
Yes. Modifications at times. Worldometers.
Hello?
Hello? Are you listening? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. So I actually tried.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I tried to analyze data from worldometers, and instead of taking the whole thing as a whole, like the compass type, I tried to actually separate it out into two parts. When it was increasing, in an so-called exponential way, after all, it cannot be exponential because it is absolutely exponential. It will never decrease. So that in a pattern like y equal to exponential of a plus bt, that b cannot be a constant, because if it is constant, then this thing will never stop. So b had an increasing trend, I have observed, and by the end of last month, I have seen. You see, while India's situation was still approximately exponential, because I have said that I'm taking it in two parts, not like the compass curve. And at that time, already in the Italian situation, the situation is, logarithmic. And on the same date, February 15, these cases were reported as far as the worldometers data are concerned on 15 February in Italy, in US, and India. But in Italy, it peaked very fast, and in India, it did not. At the time, it was very slowly spreading. I now am surprised to see what really is happening. Yesterday and the day before, in India, actually, in a total number of cases is, reducing a bit. Let us hope that ultimately it goes to that particular thing. You call it
That's true. So it will soon reach that steady state.
Yeah. Let us see. And then again,
let us see.
For Russia, when you say that it might take 2.5 years, I really do not understand why is it 2.5 years.
I have no view at all. Actually, this is maybe due to bad fitting of the data, maybe.
Because for India, it may be 1.1 year. Correct. It may be 1.1 year. Although for Russia, I don't understand.
Actually, that I told, no, I didn't suppress anything. Actually, that 2.5 actually came up. I don't know, it's maybe due to data fitting. You know that I didn't check that whether the other model except that theta logistica GOMPART. There, right. As you are working on the demography, you know that there are plenty of models.
Right.
So I should ask my students that to check for the other models also. But it may be due to the bad fitting of the models. That may be the reason. I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes there may be situations where not every model will fit.
Hello, sir. For every data.
Yeah. Your was very nice, really, very informative. Yeah.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sir, I have one question. I have posted to thought.
So you are from?
I am from Central of Tamil Nadu, sir.
Okay. Tell me.
Okay. So that is the very general question I asked, sir, because in this semester I am teaching that biological mathematical modeling in biology. So this is the first time I am teaching. Generally, I got the doubt. So you have talked about that relative growth rate is linear declining in logistic model, but while it is not linearly declining, that means in the other models like data logistic, what is the main reason?
Okay. I can let you know. So just share a screen again. Just a minute.
I think slide 7, sir. Slide 7, I think.
Slide 7. Okay. So let us again share. Slide 7. Just a minute. I think students are always important because they are learning. So I believe we have to explain. Can you see my PowerPoint? Can you see? Mr. Student, can you see my PowerPoint?
Next, sir. Next. Yes, sir. Here. This slide. See, in this slide, sir.
This slide. I think this slide.
Growth
you see. Yes, you see the for the logistic model 1 by xt dxt is the relative growth rate.
Yes, sir.
And that is actually r into 1 minus xt by k. It is of the form a plus bxt.
Okay.
That is linear.
Okay.
A plus bxt. Right hand side is of the form a plus bxt. And for the theta logistic, you say it is of the form a plus bxt power theta. You understood? So that means it is non-linear. Okay.
So what is the range of the theta, sir? Is there any range for the theta?
Theta lying actually in general, for most of the species in ecology, not in demography, but in ecology, most of the species species in ecological population. So actually, you know that there are main 4 taxonomic groups, no? Bird, fish, insect, and fish. So these are the 4 taxonomic groups where you have a population data in biology or ecology. So if we look at those data sets, there is a nice study you can write down by Sibley 2005 Science. SIBLY, SIBLY, SIBLY 2005 science, and he actually demonstrated the relationship between size and the RGR. Okay, for the different species, and he identified actually this value in some cases theta is negative, but there are lots of debates came up that theta cannot be negative. So if you just include all the studies, including SIBLY studies, theta is negative, some cases. Okay, but after that long debates came up, 6 papers have been actually published in Science in 2005 domain. And if we summarize all this, I can tell you in a single sentence that theta should lie between 0 to 10.
Okay.
But for the most of the species, theta is less than 1. That is lies between 0 to 1. For a few species, theta will exceed 1 and it will give you highest value 10. For the big mammals, theta will be large, like big mammals like elephant. Okay, like crocodiles. Not crocodile. Crocodile is a reptile. So big mammals means this elephant and the giraffe, like that. Okay. So for big mammals, theta is greater than 1. For most of the other, like reptiles, fish, and insect, theta is less than 1. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for clarifying that doubt. And it is very good presentation, sir.
Thank you. So you like it?
I like it, sir. It is very good presentation. It is a very wonderful work also during this COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, my student.
Any more
Okay,
questions?
Professor Borua, can we
Yeah,
move,
I think.
or
Yes,
can we close
because
the
after
session?
if there is no more questions from any side, I think we can come to the conclusion.
So after this, one tea is needed. So when after this discussion, one tea is needed. What will say the head of the department?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Where is the head of the department? Please start.
Here is head of the department.
Please start.
Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya, for your nice
Okay, so you
presentation
like
and clarification. And thank you also.
Thank you.
Hemantu sir, Hemantu
But
Bhua.
where is okay? But where is my tea?
Huh?
Where is my tea? Virtual tea.
Virtual tea. Reality is due, actually. That will be put later. Okay.
Okay, bye everybody.
Okay, thank you, Bhattacharya.
Bye.
For your nice presentation, nice deliberations. I think from your presentations, participants are benefited. Thank you, Burwan. Actually, he is retired. After that, he is doing work, still energetic, very energetic. I think more energetic. Thank you, sir. Give me time, so much time with us. Okay, thank you all. Thank you all. Again, tomorrow we will meet you again. I hope we see tomorrow, you all. Okay, thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Conclude.
So we now close today's session and we will meet tomorrow at 11 a.m. See you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Professor Borua, for your kind presence in our conference.
Borua is very energetic, sir.
Very energetic, sir.
Very energetic.
He's the ex-vice chancellor of Borderland University. and he did PhD from IIT Kharagpur under my guidance of my supervisor, Professor G.P. Bhattacharya.
Oh.
And till now he is working.
I think Dilip Babu give some response. Feedback.
Dilip Babu.
Dilip Babu.
Yes, finally we should complete it one day. Thanks for your effort.
Not my effort.
No. Effort of all together.
Departmental effort.
Yes.
But a lot of efforts are given by our juniors, 3 juniors.
Yes.
They are continuously working,
This is a new journey. There are a lot of things we should incorporate.
New platform, basically.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so take rest, Guruji.
Go back to home.
Be ready for tomorrow. And I think HOD, I think it is better to send one mail to all the speaker to send their PPT. Okay.
That will be better.
If their link is filled, then we will start their presentation.
Yes, sir, it is recorded in YouTube, sir. Please.
Okay. Leave it.